August out here. I think it was 85 when I came in here to the stadium about an hour ago. So, maybe at game time, that temperature is going to be down 80, maybe high 70. So perfect temperature to play football this early in the season. So, right now, you're still looking at 60 minutes from the start of this game, and there's a crowd mustering up here, and you see a lot of people out tailgating tonight out in the parking lot for both teams. Pretty good group out in the parking lot that will eventually make their way in here. So right now, Eric, you've got to say, if you picked a Friday night, weather, temperature, two rivals, as you just mentioned, and said, hey, we're going to play on Friday night, August 22nd, nearly perfect temperature, perfect weather out, and you got two arch rivals. Two teams, same county here, Paducah and McCracken County going to play a big ball game. To be honest, Eric, you can go all the way across this nation on Friday night football, and you can't find a better atmosphere we got here tonight.
It should be that and then some. McCracken County coming into this one, a pretty good group of mixtures with both upperclassmen and experienced underclassmen. We're going to talk about that later tonight. Paducah Tilman has a lot returning from a championship squad a year ago, including another one of those high-touted transfers that they were able to get in. Number 5, Cameron Wade, a senior with offers from LSU and more. He's going to be one McCracken has to focus on when he's on the field at all times.
Yeah, Eric, over the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen a lot of talent on the Paducah Tilman team that McCracken County has had to go up against. You just mentioned it again tonight, a really talented senior over there in Wade. So it's another one of those situations for McCracken County. They're going to have to really be on their toes in defense. We're going to talk about this new defensive scheme as we go through the show tonight. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out against the talent of Paducah Tilman. I think another thing you got to talk a little bit about is they got a different quarterback for the first time in a number of years, and so we got to see how that plays out. How does he handle the pressure? I think one of the things you always look at when you've got a first-time starter in a big-time football game at the beginning of the season, you've got to wonder how they react to it. It's going to be a lot of pressure here tonight. Rowdy crowd. You got the pressure on Tilman. They've been able to consistently beat the Mustangs over the last several years. So a little added extra pressure there on Stone Crow as far as quarterbacking tonight for the Blue Tornado. So I think that's another dynamic that we'll see how that unfolds tonight, is just how that pressure mounts against a newer, younger team in Tilman, even though they're returning from a state championship. I think from McCracken County, when you look at Eric and some of the key positions, McCracken County's got probably a little bit more veterans on the football field overall in those skilled positions.
It should be a fun one tonight. McCracken County and Paducah Tilman looking at the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline tonight. Let us know you're listening. Seaplant Federal Credit Union, 7 counties in western Kentucky to serve you. The number to text in tonight, 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. We will shout you out courtesy of Seaplant Federal Credit Union. As I mentioned, 7 counties in western Kentucky to serve you. Looking at the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline. First shout out of the sports season goes to my favorite, Emily Bramer, listening in tonight, getting ready to head this way. Again, let us know you are listening. 270-557-8223. That's 270-557-8223. It's the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show. Make your pregame or postgame at Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. Appetizers, entrees, desserts, everything in between. They've got it for you at Buffalo Wild Wings in Paducah. We have a lot yet to come here on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show. When we come back, we're going to have conversation about everything going on inside McCracken County Schools with the superintendent of McCracken County Schools, Mr. Josh Hunt. We're going to talk about what was last year for McCracken County and review the 2024 season for the McCracken County Mustangs. We will also have a look at the Dr. Kyle Parrish injury report and give you an idea of who may be out of the action tonight. We will also have a look at the Rudy's Farm Center. Listen to the Rudy's Farm Center national anthem tonight. We'll have our pregame prayer brought to you by Broadway Church of Christ in our starting lineups and football action between McCracken County and Paducah Tilman. That's all to come on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, 99.5 The Fan.
Think the air in your home is clean? If your ducts haven't been cleaned in a while, well, think again. Dust, allergens, even mold can be hiding in your ductwork, and every time you turn on the system, it just blows right through your house. Heating and Air of Western Kentucky, they don't just clean your ducts, they help your family breathe easier with professional duct cleaning and indoor air quality solutions that work. Give 1 Hour Heating and Air a call today at 270-331-1110. Cleaner air starts here and your lungs will thank you. Heating and Air of Western Kentucky. Always on time or you don't pay a dime.
Do you avoid going to the doctor because of all the hassle? Figuring out your copay, your deductible? Will your insurance even pay for this? Is this provider in your network? There's no hassle at Estes Chiropractic. The Back Brothers. They cut their fees so they could cut out the middleman. The Back Brothers drop their fees enough so they don't have to fool with insurance. And neither do you. They don't do insurance at Estes. They just take good care of you. Give Paducah's Back Brothers a call. Estes Chiropractic, the Back Brothers.
Rudy's Farm Center is your locally owned farm, industrial, and hardware store in Keppel. Now, the Rudy family is proud to be part of Mustang Nation. Why don't you come out and enjoy a bag of famous popcorn? It's just 10 minutes from the school campus out on Highway 60. While you're there, take a good look at the selection of Traeger wood pellet grills, a great addition for your tailgate party. At Rudy's Farm Center, down Highway 60 in Keppel.
Did you know that we offer Kasasa Rewards checking accounts? All Kasasa Rewards accounts include refunds on ATM withdrawal fees when you meet the monthly qualification criteria. There's no monthly maintenance fee and no minimum balance requirement. Best of all, you get rewarded for doing things you probably do anyway, such as using your debit card, setting up a direct deposit, and taking an e-statement. Every month is a new chance to qualify, and there's no penalty if you miss.
Seaplant Federal Credit Union, member NCUA.
Back here live at beautiful Marquette Stadium, McCracken County High School, as we get you set for kickoff tonight between the Paducah Tilman Blue Tornado and the McCracken County Mustangs. As we are counting you down to kickoff, about 51 minutes right here on 99.5 The Fan. Absolute pleasure to be with you tonight high atop the friendly confines of Marquette Stadium. This game on 99.5 The Fan and on YouTube, as you can look on the McCracken County Media YouTube channel. You'll be able to watch the game to our audio tonight. And, of course, here on 99.5 The Fan, if you're in your car or out and about unable to watch, you can get it on there as well. We would love to shout you out throughout the night and give you some pub, courtesy of Seaplant Federal Credit Union, your 7 counties in Western Kentucky to serve you. That's Seaplant Federal Credit Union. As I look at the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline, Joe Jackson is listening in tonight. Good to hear from your brother, as well as our good friend Brandon Alexander, one of the biggest Mustang fans you will ever find. It's good to hear from you, Brandon. 270-557-8223, 270-557-8223. It's a pleasure now to be joined by the superintendent of McCracken County Schools, Mr. Josh Hunt. And Mr. Hunt, good evening to you. It feels like now, how many years into this is it for you?
This is the start of year 3. It's hard to believe.
It feels like just yesterday, your first time on these airways, first opening day. And now you're 3 years into opening day. And opening day just a couple of weeks ago, as day 10 for the school system was just complete. And what an opening day it was for this school district, as Mark Joyner was our guest speaker. You did a great job as always, and it felt like there was a lot of enthusiasm in that room for opening day.
It really was. You know, what we do here for opening day is really special. It's something that it's probably unique to McCracken County Schools. We, as I tell them every year, we get together, we fellowship a little bit, take some pictures, and, you know, remind ourselves while we're there. And then it always helps to have some giveaways and a sponsorship, and appreciate Mark coming through this year for us. He's just a huge supporter of McCracken County Schools, and what we did there was gave away about $2,500 worth of gift cards to some folks that could use that for the classrooms or whatever they might want to use. And it was just a good time. I think we've had a lot of good reviews, and we just got prepared for a championship year. That's what we talked about. We want to win out here, but we want to win in the classroom. We win for our kids every day. That's what we talk about doing, just win.
And there's a lot of winning going on in the classrooms and the buildings as well. There's a lot of renovation taking place from where I am daily out at Heath Elementary, some minor renovations at Heath Middle, Concord getting something big, Friedland as well. A lot of growing going on in this community.
You know, you brought up 3 years ago, I think I sat here in this seat 3 years ago and said, you know, I looked forward to looking forward to those future renovation projects. We're so blessed to have had a big high school and a state-of-the-art high school built at a time when construction costs were affordable, and we have a good middle school there at Lone Oak Middle School. So some of the bigger projects have been taken care of, and we can now go back and focus on those that have been waiting for a long time. So, yeah, huge renovation at Heath Elementary, getting a whole new front look, getting some new areas inside the interior of the building, including a new media center, new cafeteria. Things like that has been needed for a long time. As you mentioned, new roofs there at Heath Middle School, and then Concord's getting an extension. First phase, we put this project in 3 phases, and the first phase is school safety, and meaning that we want to get rid of any exterior trailers that we're using for education. That just is, we're 2025, we don't need to be doing that anymore. So it's going to take another couple years to get it all knocked out for that phase. But yes, as you mentioned too, we'll wrap those up. And while we're wrapping those up, the Reedland Elementary project's already in with architects, and we're seeing some initial drawings of that, and kind of make some decisions about what's best there. So, you know, a good, healthy school system has constant construction projects going on. You have to do that, and we are a good school system, and we've been able to do that. We want to continue to do that. Right now the focus is elementary, and then soon enough I think you'll see a focus move towards, separate from those projects, but you know, some career and tech offerings here at our own high school, our own version of what we can do and keep our students here on campus for welding and automotives or anything that might be out there, engineering classes that need more support, our students in the health sciences. And so we've got some stuff we want to do out here. Those are separate from that project and not to take away from anything we're doing. That's what our board's plan is.
And along that line, the college and readiness at the high school, that's one thing going on. You also have the new scheduling at the high school that seems to be going really well so far. A lot of great things happening on inside McCracken County High School.
You know, the key to McCracken County is good leadership in the buildings, and then they hire good people. Our buildings are full of good people. You included, you're there, and I didn't mention you a while ago at our opening day. We had a great MC, by the way. I said last year, why do I not have the voice of the Mustangs doing opening day? And Jamie said, we can make that happen. I said, I need Eric out here. And but anyway, yeah, when we hired Jonathan Smith off the football field,
right?
You know, I said, Jonathan, go figure out what needs to happen at the high school and get us back to where we're working in small learning communities like we promised the community we would. And let's look towards the next 10 years, and what does this community need? How can we support workforce development? You know, I think a high school of 2,000 students or close to it needs to be an economic driver for the community. And so we've partnered with Ford Next Generation Learning, and obviously we don't have enough time in this air segment to talk about that. It's a whole night within itself, but it's a really special group of folks we're working with. We have our community meetings coming up in September, October, and November, and after we leave those meetings, we should be splitting off the school into those career academy models, and that's something we'll be unveiling. There'll be a lot of information, transparency about that. But right now, with our first phase of that's been the implementation of the freshman academy, the block scheduling, and just getting a lot of really good feedback from our staff members. You know, with the extra planning time and being able to teach 4 classes a day or 3 classes a day in a planning period. And you know, it's more college-like. It lines up with the students who take dual credit classes and travel to college. So it makes sense. It's something we probably should have done a while back. But, you know, I've got 2 kids at home, and I got a teacher at home, so I don't have to go very far to get an opinion.
That's great. That is funny. You, along those lines, have kids that are playing in sports right now. Sports are full force out at McCracken County High School. Of course, we're in the midst of it here for football season, but fall sports kicked off, volleyball, golf, football, everything in between going on right now. And I know you've been to a lot of them, especially in the golf side with your kids involved. It seems like McCracken County is off to a wonderful start in all sports.
I tell you it is, and I made the comment last night during my superintendent report at the Board of Education meeting. I said, all you need to do is just log into the district calendar. I said, there is something you can do every night but Wednesdays and Sundays, you can find a McCracken County program to go support, and that's what makes the place special. Kids want opportunities. We have them here. We're successful at them. All our fall sports are off to a really good start, and just really proud of what our coaches have done, the work they put in, and the high expectations they have.
Well, Mr. Hunt, it has been a pleasure, as always, to chat with you about everything going on inside McCracken County Schools. I know we'll have more conversations as this year goes on, but just a great time to be a Mustang.
It is. And we appreciate you guys, supporting us, promoting us. You and Jimmy do a great job, and just thank you for all you do. And anything we can do to support you all, we're here to do that. Thank you for
Appreciate
being
you,
here.
brother.
All right, thank you all.
All right, that is Mr. Josh Hunt joining us, the superintendent of McCracken County Schools. When we come back, we will take a look, Jimmy and I will, at the season that was last year for the McCracken County Mustangs and what that could lead for this year's McCracken County Mustangs when we return on the Buffalo Wild Wings pregame show, 99.5 The Fan.
Discover the difference that comes from a financial partner committed to building better tomorrows. I'm Darren Rudolph with Baird Private Wealth Management in Paducah. As a provider of trusted financial services in Paducah, Baird is committed to making the future brighter for you and for our community. That's why we support local organizations like United Way and West Kentucky Fellowship of Christian Athletes because we care about Paducah. Discover the Baird difference. Visit paducah.bairdwealth.com.
Pizza Inn has been your hometown pizza place for over 50 years, and our values remain the same. Great food, great service, clean restaurant, and a whole lot of fun. We invite you to come and be our guest, or bring something home that the entire family can enjoy together. Pizza Inn, 1001 Joe Clifton Drive, Paducah. Come on in.
Rudy's Farm Center is your locally owned farm, industrial, and hardware store in Kemple. Now, the Rudy family is proud to be part of Mustang Nation. Why don't you come out and enjoy a bag of famous popcorn? It's just 10 minutes from the school campus out on Highway 60. While you're there, take a good look at the selection of Traeger wood pellet grills, a great addition for your tailgate party. At Rudy's Farm Center, down Highway 60 in Kemple.
Flooring America, 5150 Heartland Drive is proud to bring you high school sports. Flooring America carries a full line of residential and commercial carpet, vinyl, laminate area rugs, and custom tile. Right now, they have closeout porcelain tile at just 99 cents a foot. Their professional installers are fully insured. It's not just about offering one of the area's largest selection of quality floor coverings. It's about making sure you're absolutely thrilled with the outcome of your choice. For integrity, quality, and professional service, it's Flooring America, 5150 Heartland Drive, or flooringamerica.com.
Hungry for pizza, wings, and a whole lot of fun? Come on down to Pizza Ranch, now open in Paducah. Whether you're craving their famous all-you-can-eat pizza buffet, crispy wings, or tasty desserts, they've got something for everyone in the family. Plus, bring the kids for some fun in their arcade and play zone. It's more than just dinner, it's a night of memories. Visit Pizza Ranch at Kentucky Oaks Mall in Paducah today, or call 270-448-5200 to place your order for carryout or delivery. Pizza Ranch, where every meal is a celebration.
When Kitmo started up, making sure you had what you needed for whatever job you were doing, gas was about 36 cents a gallon. You could mail a letter for 6 cents, 8 tracks were fresh and new, and lava lamps were the big hot thing. 55 years later, things are different, except for Kitmo. When you got a job to do, you can get what you need to get it done at Kitmo. They sell construction products and equipment, and they rent stuff like skid steers, excavators, telehandlers, scaffolding. Yep, for 55 years in county. You still get Mo at Kitmo.
Atop Marquette Stadium and McCracken County High School as we get you set for football action tonight. McCracken County and Paducah Tilman. We are counting you down to kickoff. We're about 39 minutes away right here on 99.5 The Fan. Alongside Jimmy Garrett, I'm Eric Chumbler. Thanks for joining us tonight. Ivan Stevens will be with us in just a little bit. The McCracken County Mustangs coming into this year with a lot of excitement coming into the program as they are expecting some potentially big things this year, Jimmy Garrett. And it was off of at times at which was a frustrating time last year, but also some good moments last year that featured a lot of growth, I think, that will benefit them this year.
Yeah, Eric, when you look at last season, it was like a season kind of two halves there. When you look at it on those first 5 games in particular, McCracken County started out 0-2, certainly with the big loss that first night against Tilman down in the city. It was a 41-16 score. We know that was really a 41, sort of nothing to start there, and then McCracken County puts a 16 points on the board. And then a disappointing loss at home here against Apollo, 40-36, to get that season started off to that 0-2 start. Turnovers were a little bit of an issue, particularly in that Apollo game where there were 4 interceptions thrown. So for McCracken County at the beginning of the season, a little bit concerning. They did finally get a home win against Crittenden County. They ended up winning that game 42-12, so it was a good victory there. And then came up here and played Mayfield. If you remember, Eric, that was a pretty good game against Mayfield. The final score was 35-21, but at the time, that was a pretty good ball game that McCracken County played against Mayfield, and that was the point in time when you look at last season, and it felt like McCracken County was getting better. They kind of walked away from that 1-2 record, played Mayfield pretty solid football. Unfortunately, came out of there with a loss at 35-21, so they were standing 1-3. And then they came back and on a away game there at Caldwell County, ended up with a win 44-27. So you stood there midway through the season at 2-3, and so then it was a really different season that started there in the second half. Certainly, Eric, the first thing you could say is that second half of the season on that 6th game, we went down there and played Murray. It was a loss, 28-12. But to be honest with you, Eric, and just to share with the fans, that really wasn't a football game. That was a mud ball. We played in some torrential rains down there at Murray. And so, to me, that was a game that you kind of say, hey, that really didn't count so much on the schedule because the conditions there really dictated how that game turned out with the Murray. Then, overall, this team turned it around, and we've got to talk about that third win when they beat Henderson County. Eric, you called that game. I was alongside of you along with Ivan right here at Marquette Stadium back there on October 11th. Henderson County, big game. Henderson County had that, I believe it was a 12-point lead, 57-45, with just about 2 minutes to go in the game. And McCracken County was able to pull off a huge upset there. For me personally, in the 8 years I've been with you, that was the most memorable game that I can say that I was able to call with you was that win over Henderson, 59-57. Great first win. You got to give Coach Brooks a lot of credit. It was a big win for him. He was against his alumni there in Henderson County. He ended up beating them here on his home field when he was really struggling overall with the record. It was a big win for McCracken County, and so that got the season back to a 3-4 mark. And then they turned around and won the next game against Christian County. We went over there, and the McCracken County was able to put 70 points on the board in that game and ended up winning that game 70-32. So it was a big game there, and it got the season really kind of evened up there at 4-4, and so it was looking good. And then we went over there and played Davis County over in the Owensboro area and picked up another win at 52-7. And Eric, that sealed the deal for the district. And the Mustangs won the district, ended up getting that district win by beating Davis County and Henderson County there. So that was a big step. That was 3 wins in a row against 3 county rivals in Henderson County, Christian County, and Davis County. And the Mustangs did a good job. One of the things, Eric, I want to note where you saw that momentum shift, in those 3 games they put up 59 points, 70 points, and 52 points. So about 181 points across those 3 district games. Mustangs played some really good football. They ended up losing here at home against the Graves County team. But I think at one time there was some hope that they could beat Graves County. Graves County did have a good season last year as they opened up and beat Mayfield. And then overall we went into the playoffs. And the Mustangs got a home game because they won their district. They got to play Warren Central here at home and ended up winning that game 41-12. And so that was a good victory. And then ended up playing Central Hardin, lost that game 45-28. But when you look at it, Eric, if you kind of erase the Murray game mainly because of the weather conditions and just take the remaining 6 games that they played in the season, they won 4 of those 6 remaining games. The offense was a lot better, like I said, ranging from as high as 70 points. Only low game was 17 points against Graves County. So when you take that season and a little bit of what you were leading into here is the Mustang team looked a lot better in the second half of last season. And another thing you like to see them get to play those additional playoff games because you get that much more experience. So these young men are coming in here off last season, played a total of 12 games, ended up breaking even at 6-6 overall. but it was really the second half of the season where 4 of those 6 victories came from. So you got to ask the question, Eric, how does that push into tonight's game?
It will be a phenomenal question that we will find out here fairly soon as McCracken County and Paducah Tilman getting set to square off in about 33 minutes or so. Looking at the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline tonight, Don Lamb is listening in Sturgis tonight, saying good luck tonight, Mustangs. Also, congratulations to his grandson, Pryor Lamb, as Pryor is doing some big things down in Tennessee, is really proud of what he is able to do and doing down there as former McCracken County quarterback and doing big things, and very proud of him. Congratulations. Let us know you're listening on the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline, 270-557-8223, 270-557-8223, and we'll shout you out courtesy of Seaplant Federal Credit Union, 7 counties in western Kentucky to serve you. Alongside Jimmy Garrett, I'm Eric Chumler. Ivan Stevens will be along in just a little bit. When we come back, we'll take a look at some of the things coming up for the McCracken County Mustangs, some of the strengths for the Mustangs, some of the question marks as well. We'll talk about that when we return. 99.5 The Fan.
Craig Culver on Culver's Salted Caramel Concrete Mixers.
Summer just isn't complete without this treat. We take our frozen custard and add salted caramel. Then pick your favorite mix in. Cookie dough, brownie pieces, or how about Reese's Peanut Butter Cup? We spin it by hand. I love seeing that caramel swirl through the custard. There it is. Come on in for the Culver's Salted Caramel Concrete Mixer. Welcome to Delicious.
Stop in at Culver's on Highway 60 in Paducah.
Rudy's Farm Center is your locally owned farm, industrial, and hardware store in Keffel. Now, the Rudy family is proud to be a part of Mustang Nation. Why don't you come out and enjoy a bag of famous popcorn? It's just 10 minutes from the school campus out on Highway 60. While you're there, take a good look at the selection of Traeger wood pellet grills, a great addition for your tailgate party. At Rudy's Farm Center, down Highway 60 in Keffel.
When it comes to opening a new bank account, I have very high opening requirements. Amazingly, F&B Bank's Your Start Bundle Checking Plus Savings pulls out all the stops. A 2.25% APY on your first $15,000, free nationwide ATMs, a great mobile app, and more. Hey, when you meet a bank that complies with your terms, it's not about small print. It's your big goals and dreams. Get your start at F&B. APY is annual percentage yield. Standard rate of 0.20% APY will apply to balances over $15,000. See bank for terms and conditions. F&B Bank, member FDIC.
Think the air in your home is clean? If your ducts haven't been cleaned in a while, well, think again. Dust, allergens, even mold can be hiding in your ductwork, and every time you turn on the system, it just blows right through your house. At 1 Hour Heating and Air of Western Kentucky, they don't just clean your ducts, they help your family breathe easier with professional duct cleaning and indoor air quality solutions that work. Give 1 Hour Heating and Air a call today at 270-331-1110. Cleaner air starts here, and your lungs will thank you. 1 Hour Heating and Air of Western Kentucky. Always on time or you don't pay a dime.
When Kitmo started up, making sure you had what you needed for whatever job you were doing, gas was about 36 cents a gallon. You could mail a letter for 6 cents, 8 tracks were fresh and new, and lava lamps were the big hot thing. 55 years later, things are different, except for Kitmo. When you got a job to do, you can get what you need to get it done at Kitmo. They sell construction products and equipment, and they rent stuff like skid steers, excavators, telehandlers, scaffolding. Yep, for 55 years and counting. You still get Mo at Kitmo.
Discover the difference that comes from a financial partner committed to building better tomorrows. I'm Darren Rudolph with Baird Private Wealth Management in Paducah. As a provider of trusted financial services in Paducah, Baird is committed to making the future brighter for you and for our community. That's why we support local organizations like United Way and West Kentucky Fellowship of Christian Athletes, because we care about Paducah. Discover the Baird difference. Visit paducah.bairdwealth.com.
Back here high atop Marquette Stadium in McCracken County High School, getting you set for the Rumble on the River, brought to you by Brandon Clifton and Allstate Insurance. We'll talk about him in just a little bit as we are cutting you down to kickoff, about 28 minutes away right here on 99.5 The Fan. Good evening to you wherever you may be. Alongside Jimmy Garrett, I'm Eric Chumbler. Looking on the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline tonight. Good to hear from your friend and mine, Brent Hausman, listening in. I use friend loosely, but I can't think of another adjective at the moment, but always good to hear from Brent.
It is good to hear from Brent. He's my biggest ally, Eric. I got to say he's a big help to me and certainly a good friend to you and I. And
it's a stretch.
He gives us a little bit of hard time, though, from time to time.
That's right.
I think in the last few minutes he's been giving you a hard time.
That's right. He's a good one, and he brings us the Baird broadcast booth as our location tonight here atop Marquette Stadium. Let us know you're listening. 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. We will shout you out courtesy of Seaplant Federal Credit Union. And looking at overall the Mustangs this year, let's take a preview and look at some of the strengths for the McCracken County Mustangs. Once again with that, Jimmy Garrett.
So let's start out on the defensive side, particularly the linebackers in the D line. I think one of the things is, Eric, that's key on this group. Right now, you're really going to have a six-man front. We're going to talk a little bit about that lineup when we go over the starting lineup. But the defense a little different this year with really a six-person front. Along that defensive line, you're going to have four down linemen, really with two tight end, or two down linemen, two tight end, or two defensive ends. And then you're just going to have just two linebackers. But when you look at those six players that are going to play along the line of scrimmage, all six of them are veterans. Most of them either have 2 or 3 years experience on this team. So when you look at both sides of the ball and you say who's got the most experience, it really comes across that defensive line and the two linebackers. I think the other thing that's really unique to see there on that six-man front is what Coach Brooks talked about on Wednesday night. There's a lot of depth on that six-man front. He's got a lot of guys that he can switch in and out. Really, when you look at it overall, he's got 12 players easily who can play those six positions. So I think that's another advantage tonight for McCracken County is, you know, he can take guys off the field, put in substitute, keep these guys from getting wore down throughout this ballgame. So that front group is a key both on offense and defense for this defensive group. I think the other thing I like about that group, there's some hard hitters in that bunch. I'm going to talk a little bit about Jackson Shackelford. He's done an excellent job over the last 2 years making some big tackles. You're going to have Charlie Higdon in there. You're going to have Landon Newman in there. Now you got Sam Goodman as well, another guy who shows a lot of potential in his junior year. So when you look at it, there's a lot of potential big hitters across that six-man front for the Mustangs. Taking a look now over on the offensive side of the ball, we've got to talk about the wide receivers. And a little bit about that, Eric, is hard to say coming into tonight. You'd say, hey, after you lose a guy like Cooper Falconite, what do you got to talk about this year wide receivers? But one of the things we witnessed last year, particularly as the season went on, was a development of two freshmen. And those two freshmen in Matcham and Lanier did excellent. We'll look at their stats here in a few moments, but you got two sophomores that I use a term here, Eric, that you talked about early in the show. These are two sophomores that are veteran players because they played a lot of varsity downs last year for the Mustangs, made a lot of big catches, and as we'll see here in a few minutes, they ended up with 14 touchdowns across Lanier and Matcham. Also, you got to say these guys bring the speed. When I'm looking at my notes, the wide receiver group is a high-speed group, particularly with Matcham and Lanier. They're also two track stars for McCracken County. So very similar to last year with Cooper Falconite, but I think a little difference this year. You know, a lot of teams could focus on Cooper Falconite. They knew he was the big receiver for the Mustangs. This year you got two big receivers in Lanier and Matcham. Then we got to look at the running backs. Running back a little bit different than maybe what we've seen in several years, but I've got listed here in my notes, and we talked a little bit pre-air. It's a thunder and lightning type of running back combination. You got Dawson Hayden, who we expect to see start here tonight. He's 5'6", 150 pounds. He's a small guy overall, but we know he's a big hitter. We'll see him on defense as well. But he's a guy who picks up a lot of yards, and we're going to look at those stats in a moment. So he's the real lightning. He's the speed to this backfield this season for the Mustangs. The other guy, of course, is Newman. He's the thunder of this. He's 205, 210 pounds. He's going to hit somebody. The one thing that you like about Newman, we can compare him a little bit in the past to Hunter Bradley. He's a guy that's going to run straight into a guy. He's not going to try to avoid a tackler. He's really going to run that tackler down. So he's really the thunder in that backfield. So that's really, to me, the three strengths that we're going to see tonight and throughout the season for this team. When you look at question marks, I think overall when you look at the question marks, you look right now as it's the line of scrimmage. Right now, when you look at that offensive line, you've got two linemen, or two tackles, who played last season. And then you've got three new guys playing there, both of them, the two guards and the center. So the center of that offensive line tonight, Eric, we're going to see three guys that are really kind of first-year starters on that offensive line. So that's going to be a question mark overall on that offensive line. I think the next thing that we got to look at really is overall is the secondary.
Right.
We got to look at the secondary
right.
For the Mustangs. Those five guys really have very little experience, with the exception of Dawson Hayden. Dawson Hayden right now is the only guy who's really played any large majority of downs for the Mustangs.
Right.
The other four guys really first-time starters for the most part in this defensive back group. So I think one of the things is, Eric, there's been a little bit of a nemesis in the past for the Mustangs has been the long ball.
Yes,
and so tonight,
100%.
I know there's a lot of speed back there, and I think that's a good thing. I know Coach Brooks' intent is, hey, I'm going to put a lot of speed back there in the secondary, but you still got to stay with your man. And so I think the situation is, I think the other big question mark, the offensive line, the center of it, question mark for tonight and throughout the season. I think the other area is the secondary on the defense, with four of those five guys being first-time starters. So tonight, Eric, we'll see how that learning curve goes for these new starters.
No doubt about it. As McCracken County getting set to take on the Blue Tornado of Paducah Tilman High School. As we are counting you down to kickoff, we're about 22 minutes away right here on 99.5 The Fan. Both teams now back heading to their locker room, making their way slowly towards the field right now. The McCracken County Marching Mustangs, who in just a little bit will bring us our national anthem for tonight, as that will be brought to you by Rudy's Farm Center. That's coming up here in just a little bit. But before then, we will have our pregame prayer, which is being brought back this year. It's good to have our pregame prayer back before the action tonight, as it's brought to you by Dustin Campbell, the pastor at Broadway Church of Christ, with tonight's pregame prayer. As
be with our servicemen and women that protect our freedoms, and be with the first responders that work to keep us safe each and every day. Father, we pray that you're with these athletes. Father, protect them from harm and give them a spirit of good sportsmanship. Father, be with the coaches and allow them to be good examples of those who exhibit self-control.
And overall, Jimmy, I think we may have a packed house tonight.
I think so. I talked a little bit about with Principal Smith on the way up here tonight, talked about, as we mentioned earlier in the show, how nice the weather is out here tonight. So, I think overall, Erica, Tilman's got a big following coming off this state championship. I think they think this is going to be another big season for them. The Mustangs, as we talked, a good second half of the season in 2024. Hopefully that'll pay into this season right here with a lot of veterans returning. So overall, Eric, you got to say, I don't think there'll be a seat left in the house once you get close to 7 o'clock.
As again, looking at the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline, Trevor Jackson saying go Mustangs. Bradley Jones watching on YouTube as well. Clint Conway, Ron Thompson as well. Matt Hauser saying go Mustangs, and Mr. Brian Phelps as well listening here inside the stands. Making their way onto the field right now is the McCracken County Marching Mustangs as we are getting set for the national anthem. Again, brought to you by Rudy's Farm Center. They'd like to let you know at Rudy's Farm Center, they now have a new website that you can check out, and it is Rudy's Farm Center, Rudy'sFarmCenter.com, RUDYS FarmCenter.com. Check out everything they have to offer at Rudy's Farm Center. Then make your way out there about 10 minutes west of McCracken County High School on Highway 60 in Paducah. While you're out there, Brent Hausman will tell you, check out their fantastic popcorn that they have at Rudy's Farm Center and anything else you might need. Industrial hardware, everything in between. They've got it for you at Rudy's Farm Center. 10 minutes from the McCracken County High School campus on Highway 60 in Paducah. They are getting in formation, the McCracken County Marching Mustangs are. And in just a matter of moments, we're going to let you listen to our national anthem, followed by the fight song for the McCracken County Marching Mustangs. And then we will have our Insurance for Success, brought to you by Brandon Clifton and Allstate Insurance. Daryl Good is giving his introduction for tonight. kickoff 13 minutes away here on 99.5 The Fan. Let's take a look at the Brandon Clifton and Allstate Insurance for success. You're always in good hands with Western Kentucky, Southern Illinois Allstate agent Brandon Clifton. And for the Mustangs tonight,
6 guys, all of them veterans. So right now, Eric, defense, they need to own the line of scrimmage. They need to be able to stop the running game at the line of scrimmage. And that really leads to the second thing, I think, Eric, that defensive front can make a significant difference in tonight's game is putting pressure on Stone Crow. You got a first-time starter here. Even though he's a senior, he's a first-time starter here in a big rivalry game. So overall, Eric, I think if that front 6 can put pressure on Stone Crow, keep the running game under control, it'll be instrumental in leading to a victory here tonight for the Mustangs. I think the third thing on the list is the thing that we talked about most of all last season, and that is limiting the long ball. We talked about how inexperienced the secondary is, those back 5 guys, with the exception of Dawson Hayden. So overall, when you look at that, Eric, I think keeping these wide receivers from Tilman in front of them, not allowing them to get behind them and catch that big ball, is another defensive thing that needs to be successful tonight. I think the fourth thing I've got on that list under defense is you got to create a turnover or 2. That can make a big difference in this type of rivalry game. You can swing that momentum. So an interception, a fumble recovery, I think those 2 things could really, really be big. I think the third thing or the fifth thing that's important in tonight's game is keeping this game under 21 points. Eric, we've witnessed several games with Tilman over the last 3 seasons where it was 40-plus points in the first half, and the game really ended on with a 35-point rule, and you really didn't get to play a lot of football that night. I think tonight, Eric, keeping that game within 21 is instrumental in playing the full game and having a chance to win it down the stretch. So I think for the defense, not allowing those quick scores, long balls, and controlling the line of scrimmage could make a big difference here for the Mustangs. The second thing I think we got to look at is from the offensive side of it. I think a couple things here is very important for the Mustangs. And number one is establish a running game. Get some quality yards on first and second down situations all night long. So I think between Hayden and Newman, these guys need to pick up 2, 3, 4 yards on those first down carries, first and or second down carries, and be able to get the Mustangs in a 3rd and 4, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6, or shorter type situation will make a big difference overall for this team tonight offensively. I think the second thing is Maddox O'Neal's got to protect the football. I think one of the things is been a little bit of a challenge for Maddox over these last 2 years is throwing interceptions. And one of the things is tonight is you don't want to lose that turnover battle against Paducah Tilman. You want to win that turnover battle. So I think for Maddox, he's got to be smart in throwing that ball downfield, particularly when he rolls out and gets a little bit of pressure under him. You know, in certain situations, he would be better off just to throw the ball away and go on to next down. So I think that's the second thing. I think the third thing for Maddox is something that I think he can make a big contribution tonight to this team is using his legs. We've talked about how well he did this season in track. He was on that 4x100 team, I believe, that won the state championship. And overall, he's a fast guy. And so I think from a ground standpoint, using his legs, I think, is another advantage that Maddox O'Neal can really contribute to this team. When he gets out, instead of throwing it downfield, taking a risk on an interception, tuck the ball and run, he can pick up those yards with his speed. I think the third thing, Eric, that I want to talk about is special teams. Why do we talk about special teams tonight? One of the things that we witnessed last year was onside kicks and how many of the Mustangs ended up being able to get. I don't remember that number exactly. I think it was either 4 or 5. That's a huge stat. I mean, it doesn't sound like a big number, but when you're looking at recovering onside kicks, that's a huge number when you look at the percentage that are normally recovered. And they've got a master and a kicker in Brock Wilson. So when you look at that, I think it's a huge opportunity for the Mustangs to steal a possession in this game, whether it be here in the first half or second half. Just stealing a possession off a kickoff can be a big difference for the Mustangs. Is solid tackling. There were times last year that this team just didn't seem like they were tackling with the fundamentals that Coach Brooks and his staff was teaching, and they'd have to go back to practice that next week, focus on those tackling fundamentals. I think tonight, with the quality of skilled athletes Paducah Tilman has, that tackling is going to be important. You can't let a guy run through 2, 3, 4 tackles, he's going to pick up a lot of yardage. So tonight we'll watch defensively how solid these guys tackle. I think that can be instrumental as well.
That is your Brandon Clifton, Allstate Insurance for Success. You're always in good hands with McCracken County Allstate agent Brandon Clifton. Looking at the Dr. Kyle Parrish injury report for tonight. For the Mustangs, relatively clean bill of health coming into tonight for the regular season for the most part. There's some nicks and bruises. We have some that are in crutches. Brentley Gregory, the main one, is the long snapper last year for the Mustangs, is sophomore this year. Out for a little bit, but a promising and encouraging report for him. He did a wonderful job coming in several games into the season and being the long snapper for the Mustangs. That's your injury report brought to you by Dr. Kyle Parrish in Paducah. The Mustangs captains coming out. Tilman's captains yet to come out. They'll be out here shortly. Let's go ahead and jump into our starting lineups for tonight. We'll start with the defensive side of the football. And once again with that, Jimmy Garrett.
So taking a look at a little different defensive set tonight for the Mustangs, really playing 4 down linemen, so to speak. So let's take a look at that front line across the line of scrimmage. You're really going to have 2 down linemen overall, and one of them is along that defensive line is number 38, Lucas Hoffman. He played a lot last year, but he played at the defensive end spot. This year he's going to play more of a down defensive line type of spot. He's 6'4", 260-pound senior. Like I said, a second-year starter for this team. The other guy is the nose guard. It's going to be Kane Rose. He played that position last year. He's 6 foot, about 235 pounds. He's a senior. Another second-year starter along the line. And then you got your 2 defensive ends. When you look at these 2 defensive ends, one of them is Jackson Shackelford, who's played a little defensive end. Last year he played more outside linebacker, but he's a junior. He's a second-year starter. Overall, he's 5'11", 210. And then the other defensive end is going to be number 0, Sam Goodman, 6'5", 220-pound senior. It's going to be his second year starting in that position as well. So overall, you got a solid group up front, all these guys somewhere between 200 and 260 pounds across that front line. Then you got linebackers, a little different set than we've seen in the past, where the Mustangs have either run 2 or 3 linebackers. In this case, they're only going to run 2 linebackers. The 2 starting linebackers for tonight's game, number 16, Nolan Winstead, 5'10", 155-pound senior. It's really third-year starting, but it's the first year that Nolan Winstead has started up there close to the line of scrimmage in the linebacker position. Historically, he's been playing corner. The other is linebacker is going to be Landon Newman. He's 5'11", 205-pound senior. He's a second-year starter as well. Couple other guys that we can expect to play in that linebacker position. One is number 44, Charlie Higgins, 6'2", 225-pound junior. This will be his third year playing in that linebacker position. And number 43, Hunter Neely. He's 5'8", 230-pound junior. He's a guy who really came on last year in the second half of the season. Now let's take a little bit of a look at the secondary that we talked about has got a lot of youth in it. So overall, playing corners tonight, you're going to see number 6, Jakari Matcham, 5'11", 165-pound sophomore. He's a first-time starter on this defensive side of the ball. The other corner, number 10, Jude Lanier. He's 6 foot, 160-pound sophomore as well, another first-year starter in that back. The main guy that's got any experience is number 5, Dawson Hayden. He's going to play a position for the fans at home known as a star position. So he's really going to be more of a roamer back there in that secondary. He's going to play all over the field. They call that a star position in this type of defense. He's 5'6", 150 pounds. He's a senior. He's a third-year starter. One thing, Eric, we got to mention when you look at Dawson Hayden, he's 5'6", 150 pounds. For the fans, if you come out and watch him hit, he hits more like he's 250.
That's right.
So he does. I can tell you right now, the hardest hitting player on the field weighs 150 pounds. I got to give that off to Dawson Hayden. The other 2 guys playing is going to be 2 other new starters at safety. One of them is Cortarian Turner. He's 6 foot, 160-pound sophomore. Third sophomore on his list, third guy starting for his first year. And then the other safety, Max Sturm. He's 5'10", 155 pounds. He as well is a sophomore, first-year starter. So when you summarize that secondary, other than Dawson Hayden, you've got 4 sophomores, 4 first-year starters. So certainly, Eric, you think Tilman's going to come in tonight and try to exploit that here early on in his first quarter.
No doubt about it. As the coin toss is in the air, it lands on the ground. Bubba Henley picks it up, shows both sides, and it looked like Paducah Tilman won the toss. And I think, judging by the hand signals, of Stone Crow. It looked like he said he wanted to receive. Bubba Henley will give us the official notice in just a moment. Then both teams will head back to their respective tunnels, and in just a moment, both teams will break out. I'll give you the offensive starters, and we'll be ready for football here tonight. Both teams now heading to their side. Bubba Henley heads towards the Tilman side, pats them on the shoulder, and in fact, Tilman will receive. They will shake hands one more time. Let's take a look at the offensive starters. Right tackle, number 56, Alex Wilhelm, a 6'4", 300-pound senior. At right guard is number 51, Jeffrey Tyndall, 6'1", 270-pound senior. At center is number 75, Mason Clark, 6'1", 265-pound senior. At left guard, number 63, Monty Rush, a 5'7", 210-pound senior. At left tackle tonight, number 71, Max Watson, a 6'4", 285-pound junior. In just a moment, the Mustangs will take the field. We're going to let you listen to them as they do. And the ovation they get, Tilman about to take the field as well. And this place near capacity as the Mustangs getting set to take the field. Receiver tonight is number 10, Jude Lanier, 5'11", 160-pound sophomore. At wide receiver, number 0, Sam Goodman, a 6'5", 215-pound senior. At wide receiver, number 43, Hunter Neely, 5'9", 230-pound senior. At wide receiver, number 6, Jakari Matcham, a 5'11", 160-pound sophomore. At fullback, number 5, Dawson Hayden, 5'6", 150-pound senior. At halfback, number 16, Nolan Winstead, a 5'10", 160-pound senior. Also at halfback, number 9, Corterion Turner, 6', 160-pound sophomore. And the quarterback tonight for the Mustangs, wearing number 3 in his senior season, it's Maddox O'Neill, 6'1", 185-pound senior. The Mustangs wearing their all-crimson tonight in this Crimson Out affair. Paducah Tilman wearing their all-whites with the blue PT, blue Tilman, blue numerals across the front. Alongside Jimmy Garrett, Ivan Stevens, I'm Eric Chumler for the 2025 McCracken County High School football season. Good evening to you wherever you may be. Sit back, relax. We've got football for you for the next 2.5 hours between crosstown rivals. As McCracken County is getting set to kick it off, Brock Wilson will do the honors for the Mustangs. Daryl Good gets the locals fired up over the PA. The officials getting ready to signal that play can begin. As we await for Bubba Henley, he gives the go-ahead. Brock Wilson looks to see his team is ready. They are. He moves towards a football. It's a high, sidewinding kick. It'll go out of bounds, and Paducah Tilman will start just a little bit ahead in the fieldage, and it will be 1st and 10 for Paducah Tilman. The Mustangs wearing their all crimson. They seem quite enthused on the sideline in front of us. Paducah Tilman on the far side. And Paducah Tilman will have the football first down and 10. I believe actually they're going to make McCracken County re-kick it, so the Mustangs will do that. Got to be careful how many kind of lives you give Brock Wilson, as he's one of the best kickers in the state.
Yeah, Eric, you know, we really didn't mention him in this starting lineup, but for the fans at home, you got Brock Wilson in here. He's a great kicker. He's going to be one of the guys that we're going to see this season. Kick some long field goals. There's some high expectations. We talked a little bit in the pregame that he had a number of onside kicks recovered last season. And so one of the things is, you know, I'm like you, Eric. I wouldn't give him a lot of chances. I mean, right now you look down there, Eric, and somewhere around the 50-yard line, Tilman's leaving some space between the 50 and 40, and I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Brooks would instruct him just to, you know, kind of pop one up there and let it land just past the front 5 of Tilman and see if he can get one of his guys on it. So don't be surprised he takes a shot at something here on the second kick.
And so Brock Wilson getting set for the second kickoff attempt of the night. He's been given the go-ahead. And he moves towards the football. It's a high end-over-end kick. It's going to be caught at the 30 and returned out to the 35 and brought across the 40 to about the 43-yard line is where Paducah Tilman will take over. First down and 10. And so Stone Crow will get his first opportunity starting at football for Paducah Tilman. And a very talented senior. And someone that they are quite enthused about, understandably so, over there on the big blue sideline. They come out for their first scrimmage. First play from scrimmage, I should say, is Stone Crow wearing number 3, the 6-foot quarterback. Has a back to his left. And DeMarcus Wilson, 3 wideouts to the right. He looks over the defense, gets the snap, hands off to Wilson, goes off left tackle, gets across the line of scrimmage to about the 45, maybe the 46. And it will be a gain of about 6. Is apparently Paducah Tilman on the return. Stepped out of bounds at the 40. I thought they got out to the 43, but marked at the 40. Gain of 6, 2nd and 4 for Paducah Tilman. Near midfield on their own 46. As it is again Crow. Pistol formation with Wilson beside him. Gets the snap. Handoff as they do try trickery as they go to their newest transfer, Cameron Wade. He has some open field speed. He high jumps one man and fumbled it, but it was caused by the ground. It will be Paducah Tilman's ball inside the 35 to the 30. Wade, one of the newest of several transfers they've had over the last few years. And they had 2 transfers last year that ended up playing football in the SEC this coming year. This one, in Wade, he's going to have offers from the SEC, LSU being one of them. So the transfers continue to work out well for Paducah Tilman. As McCracken County looks like they jumped off sides on the snap. Hard kept count by Stone Crow. And that will move the football up 5 yards. It will be first and 5, for Paducah Tilman inside the 30 at around the 27. A nice job with some trickery to get Wade out into some open field. And he made do with it. First and 5, snap. And off to the back. Nope, throw on the left side. It is caught just beyond the 20 at the 21. Nice play action by Crow. And that will be, I believe, good enough for the first down. So first down and 10, just outside the red zone for Paducah Tilman. 10:53 in this first quarter, no score. Crow is getting a new play call from his sideline. And now Tilman has it. Crow gets a snap, high snap. He corrals it, throws to the flat, incomplete as he intended towards the right sideline for Avery Thompson, the talented sophomore receiver. Drops incomplete. That'll make it 2nd and 10. Just underthrew him a little bit.
He did, Eric. I think right now this is an important series right here. You're just inside the 22-yard line for the Mustangs there. That Aaron throw gives them a 2nd and 10. So for the Mustangs here, Eric, I'm going to assume, unless Tilman's got a good kicker like Brock Wilson, this is 4-down territory right here, getting near the 20-yard line. So for the Mustangs, we're going to have to dig in deep, but this is an opportunity on a 2nd and long to get a stop here.
Stone Crow gets a snap, high snap, handoff to the back, has a little bit of a hole, dodges one tackle, across at 15, inside the 10. First down inside the 10 to the 9. A wonderful job by DeMarcus Wilson as he was able to make one tackle miss at the 15. 1st and 10 for Tilman, 1st and goal for Tilman at the 9. As Tilman going with the no huddle. Wilson to Crow's right and gets a snap, tosses it to Crow right side, has some blocks, cuts it inside though, away from the blocks, and really a questionable run. It looked like Wilson had the sideline, cut it back in, and that helped the Mustangs to stop it to just a gain of 2.
He did, Eric. I think you called that well. I mean, the outer from really the numbers out to the sidelines was wide open, and he got out there right on the number 10, and instead of taking it on outside and have an opportunity to sweep that onto the end zone, he turned it upfield right into 2 Mustangs there, and the Mustangs made a good tackle.
2nd and goal for the Blue Tornado at the 7. As Crow drops back, looking left sideline, has a man, it's Wilson in the flat. He goes towards the left sideline, into the end zone for the Paducah Tilman touchdown. He was one-on-one on the left side with Hayden and was able to juke him towards the left sideline to get in for 6.
Yeah, Eric, you got to give Tilman credit. That was a pretty efficient series right there for the first series of the season. Overall, they mixed it up. They did run the ball a little bit. They did some quick passes, and then they did that one trickeration play. So overall for Tilman right now, give them a little bit of credit. They came in here with maybe a series of called plays here in this first possession, but they executed well.
As the extra point is up and through the uprights, as Paducah Tilman able to score on their opening series. As you said, a very efficient drive, ending with Stone Crow, finishing it in the flat to DeMarcus Wilson, and Paducah Tilman up 7-0 now for the Mustangs, a chance to answer.
Yeah, Eric, I think this is where you got to answer. If you want to stay in this ball game, I know it's early in the game, just 2 minutes and 11 seconds off the clock so far, but this is the kind of football game you don't need to get down 2, 3, 4 touchdowns here. And so I think for the Mustangs, this is important for this offense to walk out here confidently that they can move the ball against this Tilman defense. I think one of the things is, Eric, that was important. We didn't talk about it any in the pregame, but for the Mustangs, if they could go out here and score first and foremost, but do it on a sustainable drive, a drive that maybe takes 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes off the clock, one of the things that you do gain or benefit from there is you keep Stone Crow, Wade, Wilson, and those guys on the sidelines. That's one way to keep this team from putting a lot of points on the board. So I think one of the opportunities here for the Mustangs in this first drive, first of all and foremost, is get 7 points on the board. But second of all, make a good, time-consuming, efficient drive and not give Tilman a lot of time to work in the second half of this first quarter.
I want to give a shout-out to Darren Persley listening in. Good to hear from you. Al Wellman up in Michigan is listening to us. Good to hear from you. And in Buddy Rushing saying go Mustangs. Buddy and Joyce Lewis listening in from Heath. And Ken Dickerson is saying go Mustangs. Wish he was here. We wish you were as well, buddy. As those shout-outs brought to you by Seaplant Federal Credit Union, 7 counties in western Kentucky to serve you. Tilman moves on the football. It's an onside kick attempt, and it's recovered by McCracken County right on the 50 as a flag comes in. Maybe a legal procedure on Tilman.
Eric, that was Hunter Neely. He did a great job just for the fans at home. That was a nice onside kick. It went just a tick over 10 yards. There were 2 or 3 Tilman players right around it, but Hunter Neely did a good job. He stayed focused in order to come up with that recovery there and not lose a possession here against Tilman. So interesting, Eric, you got to look at it. Tilman run a trick play on the second play in that offensive series, and here so far in their first kickoff, they try an onside kick. So Tilman kind of pulling out all the stops here in the first 3 minutes of this first quarter.
Tilman leads right now 0. That scoreboard update brought to you by Mattress Market. Mattress Market on Lone Oak Road in Paducah. It is against Paducah Tilman on a legal procedure. Mustangs already in Tilman territory on the 45-yard line. So a good start in field position for the Mustangs as O'Neal with the snap, drops back to pass. Looks towards the right side, throws to the right side. It's caught at the 45, inside to the 40. Nice job throwing pitch and catch to Jakari Ketchum. Gain for about 5. It'll be 2nd and 5.
Eric, that was a well-executed play. That was part of the offense of all last season, using Cooper Falconite on that. Right there, Matcham did a great job. The timing was good by Maddox O'Neal. Caught him when he was already really turning upfield. He had the momentum to pick up that quick 5 yards.
It is 2nd and 5 for the Mustangs. Quick throw towards the left side. It is caught at the 40 as several Tornado trying to corral. Unable to do so. Gets across the 35 to the 34. Great second effort by Nolan Winstead. Good enough for the first down.
Yeah, Eric, that was tremendous second effort. I mean, that easily looked like just a 2-yard gain. He ended up picking up the full 5 yards there, getting it down to the 35 for the Mustangs to get their first down in this game. So right now, Eric, a good start to this series.
First down for the Mustangs, trailing right now 7-0. First series for McCracken County. O'Neal gets the snap, rolling to his right, throws towards his right. It is caught. Matcham inside the 30 as he gets inside the 25 to the 23. Another first down for the Mustangs on the gain of 12.
Eric, one thing I liked out of Maddox O'Neal there, you know, he swung out early in his career. When he would swing out, sometimes he'd have a hard time throwing an accurate ball, but the timing there was perfect, man. He hit him perfectly in stride there and Matcham, and Matcham was able to pick up another first down. So like to see that all season long out of Maddox O'Neal.
First down for the Mustangs just outside the red zone at the 23 of Tilman. Blitz coming, throwing towards the left side, caught by Winstead, inside the 20 to the 19. Nice job gaining about 4 on first down, 2nd and 6. The sun could play a little bit of a factor in this portion of the field as it has a little bit of an alleyway into the eyes of at least the McCracken front line. Not as much the receivers except on the far right side. That is where Matcham is, and Brooks as well for McCracken County. As Brooks now going wide, Matcham on the inside on the right side. Snap, it's going to be a handoff. Hayden going off left tackle, cuts it up towards the middle, gets near the 20, and it'll be about 1.5 yards short of the first down, 3rd and short for the Mustangs.
Yeah, that was a nice pickup by Dawson Hayden. He didn't have a whole lot of room. I thought there for a moment that might have been a little shorter game, but I got to give credit to Dawson Hayden. He ended up picking up about 2 additional yards there after contact, so it got the Mustangs in his 3rd and really a short 2 here to pick up this first down.
3rd down and 2 for the Mustangs, 7:40 first quarter. O'Neal gets the snap, handoff to Hayden, goes off tackle, has a hole across the 10, towards the pylon. He is inside the 1 at the 1-inch line. A great run by Hayden. He is inside the 1. 1st and goal for the Mustangs.
Eric, Hayden did a great job there. He got outside. He did have some room there. It looked like for just a second he was going to cut that upfield about the numbers, and instead he kind of juked the defensive player there a little bit and was able to get outside with numbers there and take it onto the sidelines and really pick up about 9 more yards after he got across that 10-yard line. So he did an excellent decision-making there by Dawson Hayden to continue to take that ball to the outside and get it down to the 1.
And the Mustangs want to take a timeout just to make sure they have everything they want for this 1st and goal formation. Want to give a shout out to the Paducah Shuffleboard Club saying hello, and good to hear from you all. Let us know you're listening on the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline tonight, 270-557-8223, 270-557-8223. That's brought to you by Seaplant Federal Credit Union, 7 counties in western Kentucky to serve you. Alongside Jimmy Garrett and Ivan Stevens, I'm Eric Chumbler. Thanks for joining us on 99.5 The Fan and YouTube. A wonderful crowd here at Marquette Stadium here tonight. The Mustangs trying to tie it up as they have it on the goal line just inside the 1. Landon Newman back in the backfield. Jumbo formation for McCracken County. As a whistle comes in, and this could be at the line of scrimmage, offside against Paducah Tilman, it looks like. That'll move it a half yard.
Eric, it was unfortunate. There was a penalty there for the fans at home right on the outside of the right guard. There was a big hole, and Newman saw that hole. He ran through it as the flag was thrown, albeit it was opportunity there. Newman would have walked in the end zone on that particular play untouched. So unfortunate for the Mustangs there that Tilman was offsides.
O'Neal gets the snap, handoff to Newman, barrels his way towards the end zone, touchdown Mustangs!
Eric, that was the exact play I just talked about. Coach Brooks didn't change the play call whatsoever. Newman went right off the right guard there and was able just to stumble in the end zone there, basically untouched for that touchdown. So, Eric, you love to see the response, quite frankly. The Mustangs have scored really in the same kind of 2-minute time frame that we saw Tilman score first. So, interesting enough, Eric, so far just a little over 4 minutes into this game, each one of these teams have had a good first possession and put 7 points up on the board.
As Brock Wilson for the extra point, it is up and it is good with 7:23 in this opening quarter. The Mustangs tie it up 7-7. That is how you do it, Jimmy Garrett, and that is how you respond.
That is the kind of response, Eric. We've been waiting for that for several years. I mean, we've seen some real blowouts in this Paducah-Tilman McCracken County game over the last several seasons. This is what we've been waiting for. This game's being competitive here so far in this first 4.5 minutes, and that's what we've been looking for. I got to say, Eric, one of the things is, you know, you could say how efficient Tilman looked in that first drive to put that first 7 points up. I got to give credit to the Mustangs. They matched them step for step. The Mustangs looked just as efficient as Tilman in that drive as well. O'Neal looked good on his passing. He did a great job Dawson Hayden did a good job coming out of the backfield there and picking up some key yards, particularly getting it down to the 1 yard line. And then you put your big thunder back and Landon Newman in there to finish it off. So, right now, Eric, if you were scoring this so far, these teams each got a perfect score on offensive execution in these first series.
7-7 game is that update on the scoreboard, brought to you by Mattress Market. Sleep well. Go see Mattress Market, Lone Oak Road in Paducah. Brock Wilson will kick off. It is an onside kick for the Mustangs as well. It goes 10 yards, and the Mustangs get it. Another onside kick catches Tilman asleep at the wheel.
Eric, that was well executed right at the 50-yard line. That ball rolled in. Was that Brock Wilson?
It was.
Again, I mean, how many times do you see the kicker onside kick and recover it? Eric, I got to be honest with you. I'm going to have to change his name from Brock Wilson to Pat McAfee, the talent that he has out here kicking, particularly recovering his own onside kicks. It's the second time he had one last season as well. So, man, what a great talent Brock Wilson is. He's the one of the guys, Eric, that we've talked about on this team that could be a Division I football player. He is a talented athlete.
Now the Mustangs have it tied at 7, right at the 50. As snap, O'Neal looking in the pocket. He's surrounded, and he is sacked as he's going to be brought down around the 44-yard line. Going to be a loss of 6. O'Neal comes up a little lame as as we watch. It looks like he's going to be okay. I think the Mustangs forgot to get the tee, the kicking tee, and I think, unfortunately, Maddox O'Neal fell straight on it.
I did not see that, Eric. That was a good catch by you. I did not see that the kicking tee was still out there, unfortunately. So, Eric, you think he rolled his ankle on the kicking tee?
He may have. I think he may be okay. We'll see. 2nd and 16. O'Neal drops back, throws to the flat. It is caught by, it's dropped by Winstead. He had a lot of real estate in front of him, and I think he tried to take a peek at it. Mercy, he would have had a potential big gain if he can beat one defender.
Yeah, Eric, and you called it right. He took a peek. Unfortunately, just as it hit his hands, Winstead, he looked downfield, and he had an easy 4 or 5 more yards to pick that up. He would have really gained back the yardage, lost in first down, and cut into that 10-yard sticks there. So unfortunate, he looked away there and ended up dropping that.
3rd down and 16, blitz coming. O'Neal drops back, throws to the flat. It is going to be caught by Hayden, and he is lit up as he will gain about 3, if that. And so that series went backwards for the Mustangs after great momentum. And it will be a punting situation in which Brock Wilson will come in to boot it.
Yeah, Eric, right here, Brock Wilson. This will be interesting. We've got kind of a second-string long snapper in Landon Newman. You mentioned Gregory's out with an injury, so that'll be instrumental here. Brock Wilson, just one of the premier kickers, including a punter. So we'll see here if he can get one deep for the Mustangs.
As it is a very nice end-over-end kick. Going to bounce at the 25, goes sideways out of bounds at the 23. And Paducah Tilman will have it 1st down and 10 on their own 23. 7-7 game, 5:52 in this opening quarter. Scoreboard update brought to you by Mattress Market. Come sleep and sleep well with Mattress Market, Lone Oak Road in Paducah. And so Paducah Tilman will have it on their own side on the 22, they call it. Out for their second series, tied with the Mustangs right now, 7-7. Alongside Jimmy Garrett, I'm Eric Chumler. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll do shout-outs here in just a little bit, as it is going to be Crow with Wilson beside him. He gives it to Wilson straight up the middle. Not much there. In fact, maybe a loss of a yard.
Yeah, Eric, we got to give credit there to a couple guys. That was Kane Rose and Lucas Hoffman, your 2 interior defensive linemen who were in there on that tackle. I think Charlie Higdon got in on a little bit of that as well. Looks like Nolan Winstead was at the bottom of that pile. So really your 4 guys playing in the middle, and Hoffman, Rose, Higdon, and Winstead did a good job closing up that hole for a very short, actually no gain whatsoever.
Crow looks towards his left and nearly picked off as there were 2 Mustangs in the area. Jackson Shackelford being one of them, Jakari Matcham being another. Only one Tilman player in the area.
Yeah, Eric, that was a potential. And, you know, one of the things is that was a potential there. That could have been a pick 6. I mean, if Shackelford could have got a hand on that, it was about the 20-yard line where he would have intercepted that. There wasn't nothing between him and the end zone. That would have been a great turnover. a 6-point turnover there for the Mustangs.
3rd down and 10 for Tilman on their own 22. Snap. Crow dropping back, looking left sideline, throws left sideline, caught. It is a 1st down across the 35, has a lot of room across the 50, and brought down over the 45. Fumbled, but recovered by Tilman right at the 46-yard line. That was just one-on-one coverage, and Paducah Tilman's very own Jamarion Perlman able to beat his man and get the big gain into McCracken territory.
Yeah, Eric, that was a nice crossing route there, and he hit him timely. That was well. Unfortunate missed tackler there on the first tackle. Got to give Dawson Hayden credit. He was the guy running down. That would have been a touchdown if Hayden wouldn't have made that tackle, open field tackle.
1st down and 10 for Tilman on the McCracken 46-yard line. 7-7 game, 4:55 in this opening quarter. Snap. It is going to be a handoff to Wilson. Straight up the middle. Gets by initial front, but not much more. Gain of about 2. It'll be 2nd and about 8 for Tilman. Across the 45 to the 44. Coming out, getting his helmet taken off is Tavios Jackson. He'll take a play out just to recover on that for the Tilman offensive line. A big offensive line at that. 2nd and 8 for Tilman. Crow gets a snap, rolls towards his left. He throws towards his left. It is caught near the sticks, and it's going to be good enough for a 1st down as Brendan Brown able to make the catch, but it's coming back as Tilman was holding on the offensive line.
Yeah, Eric, that was a good call there by the official. Number 70 there for Tilman over there, left tackle. It was clear there he was holding. I think it was against maybe Hoffman there. It looked like he had an opportunity, and I can tell you from here, Eric, it was a clear hold over there, backing it up. Good that the official caught that and backs Tilman up here a little bit. And, you know, one thing is you could say that second drive for the Mustangs wasn't successful. So far, you've seen the defense of McCracken County put some pressure right now on Tilman, particularly across the line of scrimmage. They're doing a good job controlling Wilson. There they got a little bit of penetration, and what it caused the left tackle there to do was just reach out and hold his player there, and ended up backing him up 10 more yards.
2nd and long now for Tilman as they move back to their own 41. 2nd and 23. Thank you to my good friend Mike Murphy for coming up on that on the fly. He's been covering me for the 23 years now I've been doing this. You've been helping me out a ton as we go all the way back to Lone Oak and here at McCracken. Good to have Evan Brown up here with us tonight as well. Daryl Good to our left doing PA. Mark Madison, Christy Griffith. And we have our first missed spot of the year? I think we do. Oh, and that has been solved. We're all getting into the swing of things in this first game. It happens. It's now 2nd and 18. Gave them a little too much, 5 yards extra. We don't mind that, but I understand that they might, as it is going to be Crow in the pocket, actually going to make something out of nothing. Gets across the 50, 45, upended around the 43. Crow was trying a little bit of fake and nearly got in trouble with a sack, I should say. It was able to get about, I'd say, 12 out of it, maybe 11. Great job by Stone Crow.
Yeah, Eric, that was a nice play. It almost for a minute looked like a broken play. It looked like he was going to hand it off to Wilson, and Wilson, I think, went the wrong direction. And
agreed.
Stone Crow didn't have any choice but to take off running. Very successful, but I think that was a broken play there that he was able to pick that 12 yards up on.
Credit to Stone Crow, 3rd and 6 as he drops back, throwing towards the right flat. Wide open man, but thankfully thrown short. And this will be the first tough kind of call for Tilman. You're near the 50. It's 4th and just 7. I think Tilman's going to go for it. As Coach Thompson giving Stone Crow a little bit of a chat. Play clock down to 30. And they're going to go for it. Big play here. 4th down and 7 for Tilman on the McCracken 43. See if the Mustangs can get a stop here. Crow gets a snap, drops back, looking towards the right side, down the right side towards the end zone, incomplete! Turnover on downs, it goes back to the Mustangs. Great job by the Mustangs to bend but not break.
Yeah, Eric, that was nice. That was pretty good coverage. I don't know who was on that coverage. That might have been Matcham back there on that coverage, but nice coverage. Did a good job staying with Wade. Stone Crow would have had to drop that right in there, so I got to give credit on the coverage there by the Mustangs.
1st down and 10 for McCracken County, 7-7 game. Scoreboard update brought to you by Mattress Market, Lone Oak Road in Paducah. Mustangs, third series here on their own 43. 3 wideouts to the left, 2 to the right, empty backfield. Snap. O'Neal steps into the pocket, throws over the middle, and what a catch by Matcham! Full extension across the 45 to the 43 for a first down.
Eric, we knew coming in tonight with Matcham and in the Lanier, we had 2 good wide receivers coming out of that freshman class this year. Sophomores did a great job in the second half of last season. For Matcham, we got to give him credit, Eric. Sometimes you give credit to the quarterback on a great throw. That right there, that was a catch. That was all Matcham there making that catch.
3:06 first quarter. Mustangs driving, tied at 7. Shout-outs to get to in just a little bit. 1st and 10 now in Tilman territory at the 43. Snap. Blitz coming. O'Neal stepping back. Pressure coming. He's rolling to his left. Looking to his left. He's going to fire it towards the sideline, out of bounds. Nice job by him.
Yeah,
Good to see another down.
That was a great decision by Maddox O'Neal. That's a senior type of decision right there. Don't try to throw it downfield. He would have had to throw that across his body, swinging out here to the left-hand side. That's always a risky pass. I got to say, for Maddox O'Neal, to me, that's a growth from his sophomore and junior year to make that decision right here. Just throw it out of bounds. Live for another down. It's just 2nd and 10. You're already in Tilman territory. Excellent decision there by Maddox O'Neal.
2nd and 10 on the Tilman 42. 2:45 in this first quarter, and it looks like Tilman wants to take a timeout. Credit to the Mustangs. After a stalled series of their own, they kicked off to Tilman. It was 3rd down and about 6 or 7 back deep in Tilman's own territory. Tilman able to break for a big play and get it to around midfield. But then the Mustangs were able to regroup and get a stop on Tilman.
They did, Eric. You got to give them credit, really. Tilman was able to stop the Mustangs. Really didn't. The Mustang offense didn't look as efficient as they did in that first series. And the defense for the Mustangs turned around and did the same thing to Tilman, was able to really break up that momentum from their first drive and get a stop as well. So, Eric, I said if you were scoring this game, not by the scoreboard, but just by how well these two teams have been playing, offensively playing kind of even, now defensively playing even. So, so far, Eric, with just 2:45 in this first quarter, if this score ends up being 7-7, you got to say these two teams have played dead even in this first quarter.
Mustangs have it on the Tilman 42, let's call it. Is 3 wideouts to the left, 1 to the right for Maddox O'Neal. Lou Newman in the backfield. Blitz looks like it was showing. Maddox now going to change his play. Play clock down to 15. Coach Brooks relays it in. Play clock down to 10. Play clock down to 5. They may need to call a timeout. They do not get it off. Do they get the timeout? They do, I think. They do. And so, or do they? No, delay of game, McCracken County, and that's one, my friend, that absolutely cannot happen.
No, Eric, that hurts right there. You had, whenever that ball got spotted, and when I looked over to clock, we're about 27 seconds on there. When Coach Brooks and quarterback Maddox started conversing back and forth about what play they were going to call, and really let all that 27 seconds run off the clock and lose 5 yards.
2nd and 15 for the Mustangs. O'Neal drops back. Now steps into the pocket right side. Matcham, it's incomplete. Tough play as it was a high throw, and Matcham had to jump to his highest abilities to get it. And this is where that 5-yard penalty really hurts for McCracken County. Instead of 3rd and 10, it's 3rd and 15.
Yeah, Eric, this is a tough spot here. It's a tough spot for Coach Brooks because, you got to ask the question, do you try to go for it here and pick up 15 yards? Do you put in a play that you think you can pick up 15 yards? Or do you put in a play where maybe you can pick up 5, 6, 7 yards, get it back down to the 40-yard line, and go for it on 4th down? We haven't talked about Coach Brooks and his mentality, so we may see that here if they can pick up a few yards.
As a screen play to the left side, caught by Winston. He goes across the 40, across the 35, inside the 35 to the 30, well, let's call it on the 35. It's going to be 4th and about 2.
And I know the answer, Eric.
I do too.
The answer is
we're going for
Brooks
it.
is going for it.
That's right. For those that are just new to this program, Coach Brooks, if you know Hal Mummy in the 1990 Wildcats who loved 4th down, he makes Hal Mummy look conservative. I love that. Here we go, 4th down and 2. maybe 3 for McCracken County. O'Neal rolling to his right, looking, throws towards the right side, and pass well out of bounds. That had no chance as the pass was well beyond the intended receiver. It'll be a turnover on downs for McCracken County.
Yeah, Eric, that's a play right there that hopefully as the season develops, we'll see Maddox O'Neal. I think he had an opportunity there.
To run it?
He swung that out to the right. It was just 3 yards. We know he's quick. He's athletic. And I think that's one of those situations as the season progresses that I want to see Maddox O'Neal say, hey, I've got a 4th and 3. I've swung it out here. I really don't have anybody open. Can I use my legs to pick that up? We talked a little bit about that in the pregame show. That's that opportunity Maddox O'Neal needs to use his speed and athletic ability.
1st and 10 for Tilman, as it is going to be a handoff to Wilson across the left side. Great job juking outside. Across the 40, he's going to be brought down around the 41. And then some extracurriculars, and McCracken County deserves a penalty. I'm going to be quite frank with you, and Coach Brooks is lining up the individual that did it. That was poor play for McCracken County as a Mustang was delivering a little bit of an after the play shot, and that's where selfishness is really going to hurt if you are able to show any sort of selfishness in this game, because instead of second and mid-range, you're now going to give Tilman the ball in McCracken's territory from a 15-yard selfish penalty.
Yeah, Eric, that was unfortunate because the Mustangs did a good job. There was a running play. They picked up about 6 yards. And, you know, that was well away from the play, 10, 12 yards from where the actual tackle took place. And, unfortunately, you had a player step onto the field. You know, one of the biggest things you don't want to do as somebody that's along the sidelines is to step out in the active field of play, particularly in that situation. I got to give Coach Brooks credit for the fans at home. Coach Brooks did a good job going over, talking to that player. Very forcefully, I must say.
Yeah.
He got his point across that is not to ever happen again. And so you like to see that. We want to see that discipline out of Coach Brooks and his staff. We saw it right there. Unfortunately for that young man, bad decision here tonight. I think the situation is overall it'll be a learning lesson for him and hopefully an improvement in the future that he doesn't make that same mistake again.
Forcefully might be a soft adjective for it.
I didn't want to add too much to that, but Coach Brooks got his point across.
He did. It's going to be 1st down and 10 for Paducah Tilman on the McCracken County 43, and that player, I believe, has been. We'll make sure. I think he has been removed from the game entirely, is what the officials were coming over to tell Coach Brooks. He has been ejected. 1st down and 10 for Tilman on the McCracken 43. Snap. Crow drops back. He's going to air it down the right side. Man, wide open. It is incomplete. The transfer with offers from LSU and more. Cameron Wade had his man beat. And honestly, just couldn't quite come down with it. It'll be 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Eric, he got past Matcham there. He had a couple yards on Jakari Matcham there and was right there at the goal line. To be honest with you, the way that ball was dropping, I thought that was going to be an easy catch and touchdown. So, surprisingly, that Wade let that kind of slip through his hands.
And off to Wilson, hit at the line and drop behind the line. Great job by the front of McCracken County. It'll be 3rd and about 12.
Yeah, Eric, and that was Hoffman. Hoffman's having a good game. One other guy I want to talk about, one of the guys coming off the bench, I liked him. I've been in the weight room with him some. Jacob Thaggart, number 45. He was the other guy who came in there for assist. He's playing defensive end. Coach Brooks talked a little bit about Thaggart the other night at the coaches game that he expected him to play some. Along with Hoffman, that was a nice stop on Wilson.
3rd down and 12. Big opportunity here for the McCracken County defense. 7-7 game. Crow drops back. Steps into the pocket over the middle. Wide open man. 1st down across the 30. Inside the 30 down to the 28. And a very nice job for Paducah Tilman by Brendan Brown to bring that in for at least 16.
Yeah, Eric, if you want to talk about crossing routes and how well you execute them, that was well executed there. Stone Crow did a good job waiting for him to get across the center of the field, hit him really in stride. I think that was Matcham as well who made that tackle. So got to give Tilman credit. That was a well-executed crossing route.
Snap, throw to the left side, caught inside the 20, upended around the 19-yard line. And a 1st down for Paducah Tilman now inside the red zone.
Eric, a little thing that Tilman's challenging the McCracken County defense. they're running a fast-paced offense here. And so right now, it's got the Mustangs a little on their heels with how quick Stone Crow's being able to release that ball.
And then the Mustangs jumped offside. Second time tonight, Stone Crow able to use the hard count and get the Mustangs to jump a little bit. The Mustangs not as experienced this year in terms of the roster makeup, and seeing that a little bit with some of the penalties early on, as the Mustangs have a little bit more youth, Hanging tough, though, with Paducah Tilman so far. 20 seconds first quarter, 7-7. Crow gets the snap, drops back, looking over the middle. Now running from the pocket, wide open man is Wilson. Inside the 10, now jumps out of bounds around the 4. And that will be with 8.5 seconds left. It should be first and goal for Tilman.
And it is. I think one thing unfortunate, Eric, I want the fans to know at home, there were 2 Mustangs that got through the line there and really had a hand on Stone Crow. I thought that was a potential sack. Stone Crow did a good job there staying upright and finding Wilson down the field. But the interior defensive line of the Mustangs did a good job. It's probably one of the first times tonight that they've gotten any real pressure on Stone Crow.
Crow drops back, looking towards the right side, throws to the end zone. It is caught. Touchdown, Paducah Tilman, as it goes about 4 yards to Blair Sains for 6.
So, Eric, we've got to give Tilman credit here. That was a pretty efficient drive, very similar to what we saw on that first drive there. Stone Crow did a good job there. As like I said, they were really having some quick play calls overall and able to keep the Mustang defense a little bit back on their heels. He did a good job finding a few open receivers, particularly Wilson on that last play. So a little bit of a struggle there. Unfortunately, Eric, we've got to keep in mind the penalty helped Tilman as well.
And the extra point is up and good, as Tilman able to give the lead right back, 14-7 with 3.3 seconds in this first quarter. Overall, though, a pretty good so far first quarter for the Mustangs, you can say.
Yeah, overall, Eric, right now, if we were to say, hey, at the end of this first quarter, this is a 14-7 game, the biggest majority of this game, if you look at the time on the clock, the biggest majority of this game has been 7-7. So these two teams have played tied for a majority of this first quarter. I think, Eric, comparing it to the last 2, 3, 4 seasons between these two teams, Coach Brooks and his staff and these players on the field for the Mustangs, they've got to feel good about this first quarter, that they're able to play with Tilman. I think the big thing is, Eric, it's a confidence builder that they came on the field here tonight and really have played even up with the defending state championship team in Paducah Tilman. So I'll be honest, Eric, if this is a sign of what we're going to see over 10 games this season, you and I are going to have a lot of fun calling these Mustang football games.
We'll do shout-outs right after this first quarter with 3.3 seconds left in the first. And Tilman will kick off to the Mustangs. A little bit of confusion as they needed a football. And so they now toss a football into the game of play. They did some studies. In order to play the game of football, you actually do need a football. And study done by me over a period of time. I'll publish it soon.
I guess the question is, Eric, here's my question. You've been calling a lot of football over the Have you ever called a football game that they didn't use a football?
I have not. So I'm still waiting for that opportunity. Not sure what would happen. There's been deflated footballs in the NFL. That created a little bit of a stir.
Yeah, that's true. It has up there in New England.
That's right. As Paducah Tilman set to kick. The kick is a nice end-over-end kick. And match him. Take it at the 3. He'll return it out towards the 10. Goes up towards the 15, and he'll be brought down around the 17-yard line. It'll be first down and 10 for the Mustangs. And again, the Mustangs getting a little bit of extracurricular play. And we heard from Coach Brooks on Wednesday night talking about how he wanted his team to not be intimidated and kind of setting the attitude. And I think he wants that, but I think the team might be taking it a touch too far. And we may have the second personal foul penalty of the game coming against McCracken County.
Yeah, Eric, that was pretty clear. I mean, it was a little bit of a hit after the play, but I wondered, Eric, Ivan, because, Ivan mentioned, Eric, he thinks it's against Tilman. There was a late hit there by a Mustang, but overall, he did try to pull up and not hit the guy too hard a little bit after the play, so that'll be interesting. I didn't see any activity on Tilman's side.
And so that'll be the end of the first quarter. We'll tell you about it when we return. Actually, we're going to keep it right here. Let's look at the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline. Bill Coleman and his son EJ both watching and listening. Shout out to the Hollowell family, Reagan Hollowell and family listening tonight. The coach, Jonathan Smith's mom, is now obviously the principal Smith. Janet Smith is watching on YouTube. Scott Davis is listening from E-Town. And Jacksonville, Florida is the father-in-law, Coach Brooks. Alan Arnage listening in. Good to hear from you, sir. I know you'll be up here sometime this season. Julian Mitchell, it's good to hear from you as well. Good friend of ours up here in the booth. Amanda Agee, it's good to hear from you as you are listening back at home. And several others to get to as well. Papa Joe Troutman, good to hear from you as always, my friend. First down and 10. It is against Tilghman. And I did not see it, as I did see the one from McCracken County, but again, that may not have been one. It's going to be a personal foul against Tilman, and so McCracken will take it first and 10 at the 35. 14-7, Tilman started the second quarter. Blitz coming. It is going to be quarterback keeper, and unfortunately, Maddox O'Neill went straight into the blitz.
He did, Eric. It was unfortunate. I think that was kind of a play-action type of play there. He could have handed that off of Newman or kept it. Ultimately, maybe threw it down the field, but for some reason, Maddox ended up holding on to it and not handing it off to Newman. I think the better choice there would have been to hand it off to Landon Newman. I think he had an opportunity to pick up some yards. But so right now, the Mustangs a little behind the sticks, 2nd and 15 here, back at the 30-yard line. But certainly 2 downs, maybe 3 here to pick up this 15 yards.
Maddox has to hurry. Play clock down under 10. Gets the snap, drops back, rolls to his right, still rolling to his right, and a little bit of a dangerous throw, incomplete, and that'll make it 3rd and 15.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a chancy throw. He did keep it pretty close to the sidelines there. It would have been hard for somebody to intercept that. I think one thing that Maddox did miss a little bit, Newman was around the 38, 39-yard line there. He was fairly open. Maddox didn't see him. That was a pass that I think if he had a second opportunity to go back and take a look at that, he might have saw Newman coming across there for a potential completion.
3rd down, 15 for the Mustangs on their own 30, trailing right now 14-7. Brought to you by Mattress Market, Lone Oak Road in Paducah. Is O'Neill, little misdirection, and Matcham gets it across the 30, across the 35, around the original line of scrimmage. Gain of about 6, 4th and 9. The Mustangs will punt. And so Brock Wilson will head out. Good play call idea with 3rd and long. That just goes back to the decision-making on first down for McCracken County. Put McCracken behind the sticks. Tough to recover against this Tilman squad when you start out behind the sticks.
Yeah, Eric, you don't want to get behind the sticks. Unfortunately, they did there. Right now for the Mustangs, Eric, this is going to become defense now. You're down 7. You don't want to let this game get out of hand here in the second quarter. So for the Mustangs, this is an opportunity for the defense to step on the field after this punt and play a good 4th series.
As the sidewinding punt, not too far, as it looks like it went off the side of the foot of Wilson. To mark that off. And it is going to be great field position for Tilman. Side of the foot, Wilson.
Yeah, Eric, that's unfortunate. You know, we talk a lot about Brock Wilson, how good a kicker and punter he is. You know, I think he's a guy that has some Division I potential for this team. And that's the kind of mistake we won't see Brock Wilson make too often. Unfortunate here in this second quarter with a 7-point lead gives Tilman another opportunity here right at the midfield mark.
14-7, Blue Tornado on top. 10-12 in this for opening half, I should say. As it's going to be a handoff to the back. Right there, the Mustangs. They corral it for a loss of 3. Nice job on the push up front by, I couldn't quite tell. Who was it?
It was Sam Goodman. Sam Goodman got that initial contact. Not sure who made the second one, but Sam Goodman was the guy that got in the backfield there and made the initial stop. Number 23, Eric, was the guy that came in there and helped finish him off.
As that would be Max Sturm as play action. The throw down the right sideline, wide open. It's going to be 6 for Tilman as it is Avery Thompson. Beat his man easily.
He did, Eric. Unfortunate a little bit there. Dawson Hayden got turned around there. I think he thought that he was going to cut towards the center of the field. Dawson came in towards the center of the field there, and the wide receiver really took his route back out to the sidelines there on the far side on Tilman. He was wide open. You got to give Stone credit. That was a really nice spiral he put on that ball and hit him in mid-stride. So unfortunate for Dawson Hayden. He got turned around a little bit there and allowed Tilman to get that quick strike that we want to avoid.
Is up, and it is good. With 9:36 left in this second quarter, we'll take a quick timeout. Mustangs trail 21-7.
Ducks haven't been cleaned in a while? Well, think again. Dust, allergens, even mold can be hiding in your ductwork, and every time you turn on the system, it just blows right through your house. At 1 Hour Heating and Air of Western Kentucky, they don't just clean your ducts, they help your family breathe easier with professional duct cleaning and indoor air quality solutions that work. Give 1 Hour Heating and Air a call today at 270-331-1110. Cleaner air starts here, and your lungs will thank you. 1 Hour Heating and Air of Western Kentucky. Always on time, or you don't pay a dime.
Paducah Tilman, as they were able to answer off of the short punt from McCracken County, a 54-yard strike to Avery Thompson gives Paducah Tilman the 21-7 lead. Now the Mustangs will get the football back. And a chance for the Mustangs to get on the scoreboard, and they need to strike pretty quick. Not pretty quick, but they need to strike, I should say, on this series is what if you are Coach Brooks and the Mustangs.
Yeah, Eric, I think one thing that is in McCracken County's favor that we can keep in our mind as we get into this second half of the second quarter is overall they do get the ball after half, so that's one advantage. So a score here, particularly a time-consuming drive, knowing you're going to get the ball back at the beginning of the third quarter could be instrumental.
As it is a high-end over-end kick from Tilman, and Matcham will have it at the 5, out to the 10, cuts it up left side. This is going to come back as a block in the back is going to be on McCracken County, well beyond the line of play. As McCracken County tried to set up a big return, but unfortunately for the Mustangs, just a block in the back right at the beginning of it. And McCracken County will be deep in their own area.
Yeah, Eric, that was unfortunate. That, that's one. Sometimes you ask a question that, how hard or easy is it to make a call for an official? Eric, that's as easy as it gets right there. Unfortunately for the Mustang player, he did it right in front of the official. There was no one else even near that particular penalty except for the kickoff returner. So for the Mustangs, Eric, down 2 touchdowns here, 9:27 left. They're starting down almost on their 5-yard line.
And you are McCracken County in this situation. You've got to be particularly careful as any turnover in this area of the field against this quality of ball club is going to really turn bad quick for the Mustangs. First down and 10 on their own 6 for McCracken County. As Maddox O'Neill really standing on his own goal line. Newman in the backfield, and Newman gets the handoff across the 6 out to about the 10. Gain of about 4 to at least get out of the shadow of your own end zone a little bit.
Yeah, Eric, that was a nice run. That was basically the same play that he scored that first touchdown on, coming right off the right-hand side of the right guard there. And Newman's doing a good job there, finding a hole and picking up 4 or 5 quick yards. For the Mustangs here, for certain, Eric, they need to pick up some first downs and get the ball out of this hole here, get the ball out at least the midfield if they were to get in a punting situation. So these next several downs are going to be important.
Blitz coming. O'Neill throws it up towards the middle of the field. Has Matcham, but he slips. And unfortunately, Matcham had his man beat. It was the transfer for Tilman, Cameron Wade. It was one-on-one with him. But Matcham unfortunately lost his balance a little bit. And it'll be 3rd and about, let's say, 6.
Yeah, Eric, I think it's 6. It's a long 6, but it's 6 yards. I like that call by Coach Brooks. I mean, that was an opportunity there to pick up a good 25, 30 yards, get the ball out closer to midfield. if he was able to connect. But this right here is a key down right
here.
Sure
is.
You don't want to be punting out of your end zone. Really, from here, you're punting out nearly from the back line of the end zone. You don't want that set up in a game you're down 2 touchdowns.
Dropping back is O'Neal. Throws towards the left side and getting across the 10. Not much more is Winstead. And right now it feels like Tilman has the playbook of the Mustangs. They are covering everything perfectly. And credit to the defensive group for Paducah Tilman. They have McCracken's number these last several series.
They did, and right there, I mean, it was a well-executed play there by Winstead to come in there and catch that. But you had 2 Tilman defenders right there at the 10-yard lines. They made a good, clean tackle. Didn't give Winstead any chance to pick up that yardage whatsoever. So you got Brock Wilson here punting out of his end zone. Last one went off the side of his foot. This is one here where you need to see Brock Wilson gain his confidence back and hit a really big punt.
And so he is standing on the lettering. As unfortunately for the Mustangs, a false start. And that is going to make it even harder for Brock Wilson. Right now, the Mustangs are their own worst enemy. Just execution has gone well out the window since maybe this 2-minute mark of this first quarter.
Eric, I think that was a long snapper, Newman. He's upset with himself. I think he got a little verbal there as the official walked by him. The official was nice. Took a moment there to talk to Newman about it. He's the substitute here on the long snapper. So just an unfortunate mistake there by Landon Newman.
So Wilson gets it on the back of his end zone. It's a spiraling sideline punt. Dropped by Tilman, but recovered. And nearly dropped again, and just disastrous opportunity there for Tilman. They were able to at least hold on to it, but Tilman tried to get a little fancy on that and nearly backfired entirely.
Yeah, Eric, that was a nice punt. That's the kind of punt we expect all season out of Brock Wilson. It was a perfect spiral there, and unfortunate, or I really should say fortunate for Tilman, the kick returner there ended up, the punt returner ended up a little short there on trying to catch that, ended up touching it. It was a live ball there. The Mustangs unfortunately didn't get on it. Tilman kept possession here at the 45, but nice punt there by Brock Wilson.
First down for Tilman. As blitz coming for the Mustangs, handoff to the back, wide open hole across the 40, 35 inside towards the 29-yard line. Nice job of gaining 15 on first down, and right now Tilman starting to execute on both sides on the Mustangs. First down at the 30.
Yeah, Eric, and that was a couple missed tackles. I mean, there was an opportunity there to get a tackle right at the line of scrimmage, and they were unable to do that. Left a lot of open field.
And unfortunately, again, the Mustangs continue to be their own worst enemy. Another Mustang penalty, and this is where you're seeing the Mustangs and their lack of experience in a lot of positions really show up. They've got a lot of youth, future's bright, but right now they are really kind of showing nerves, I would say. They are not playing well when it comes to the discipline part of this football game.
They're not, Eric. You know, one of the things is we talked a little bit about that with Coach Brooks, and he's got a little tolerance for penalties. He wants to see his team be enthusiastic, as he talked about on Wednesday night. I think the only unfortunate thing when you rack up penalties, you get yourself in a tough situation. Here on the defensive side, you're giving Tilman a short field, 1st and 5. They're at the 25. Eric, this right here is a situation for Stone Crow where he can take a shot at the end zone, maybe 2 shots at the end zone before they even consider attempting to pick up this first down. And then when you do it over on the offensive side, you end up getting yourself in the sticks when they're long, as we saw a moment ago when the Mustangs were at 3rd and 15. So I think the situation overall is, I like the enthusiasm. I like the confidence of this team, a little bit of swagger, but you've got to keep in mind at certain times those penalties can really be costly. This might be one of them right here, giving Tilman an opportunity to take a shot at the end zone.
First down and 5 for Tilman. Shout-outs coming in a moment. It is going to be Stone Crow throwing to the right to the transfer. That is to Wade. He has the right sideline, and that is in for 6. Touchdown, Paducah Tilman. That is why LSU and so many more. I was watching the sideline, and some of the adults on the sideline were celebrating right in front of a couple of Mustangs, watching to see if that transpired into anything. Thankfully, it did not.
Eric, I got to give credit to Wade there. He ran through
fast.
5 Mustangs there for the fans at home, it wasn't a lack of coverage. There were 5 defenders over on that side of the field, and Wade used speed and a lot of talent. I could see Eric after that play. That's the first play that we've got to say Wade's really had a big effect so far in this game, but I can see why. He's a Division I SEC recruit. That looked like a heck of a talented run. That was just a kind of a pitch and catch out there to 25, and he did all that on his own to get it down to the end zone. So right now, Eric, the quarter that was even up between the Mustangs and Tilman in the first quarter has been all Paducah Tilman so far in this 5 minutes and 35 seconds so far in this second quarter.
You heard me mention a second ago. We'll let Bubba Henley signal to us the call. It is going to be personal foul against Paducah Tilman. I think's what he pointed.
He did afterwards, Eric. He started out on the McCracken end, and he switched it around. So, Eric, they had some folks on the field unnecessarily.
And a couple of the adults on the coaching staff celebrating right in front of a couple of Mustangs. And watch that, and credit to the young man, a sophomore for the Mustangs. He did not let emotions get the better of him or snap back at it. Then after the extra points, a couple of the Tilman players started to do so, and the officials spotted it and put an end to it, and then went to go talk to the head coach, and no argument from Tilman on that. It was just kind of watched it unfold quickly, and that's Tilman kind of losing their cool, and let's be real, we want to see football. We don't want to see that. Either side, both sides have had that tonight. Let's play football. Leave that showman stuff for the NFL side.
Yeah, and Eric, you brought up a great point. I mean, I really forgot about what happened there in the first quarter, but that's the second penalty where somebody has entered the field of play from the sidelines, one from each side, and you don't like to see that whatsoever. And so, it's unfortunate for both teams so far. Right now, Eric, the Mustangs have got to gain some momentum, so this is the opportunity. Tilman's kicking off from their own 25, an opportunity for the Mustangs to get a return, maybe get this ball back up to midfield and get that offense back cranking here in the second quarter, cut into this lead, and then get the ball back at the beginning of the third quarter. So Mustangs aren't out of this by no stretch, but they need to make something happen on this possession.
Tillman's penalty has them kicking off from their own 25. And again, that's where it can hurt you, as it's going to be a kick that the Mustangs will return at the 27. Now to the 30, 35. Nice open field coverage by Tilman on special teams. Really good job on the play for Tilman by Isaac James, the sophomore for Paducah Tilman.
Yeah, he did a good job, Eric. That was only about a 5, maybe 6-yard return at best. It is up close to the 35, but, a little bit of return there for the Mustangs. I was hoping they get that ball back to midfield and really be able to put this offense in a situation where they can take a shot at the end zone, take a shot at picking up some big first downs. So they're in good field position. Really like it, but a little better field position than I was hopeful that we would get out of that penalty kick there from Tilman.
First down and 10 for McCracken County on its own 33. As it's 28-7 Tilman. Scoreboard update brought to you by Mattress Market. Sleep well with Mattress Market, Lone Oak Road in Paducah. Blitz coming. Dropping back is O'Neal, and he is going to scramble in now across the pocket or through the 35 to the 36. Nice job by O'Neal to escape trouble and gain about 3, 2nd and 7.
Yeah, Eric, and that's the kind of decision-making we want to see out of Maddox O'Neal. He did a good job there. There was a potential there where somebody could have knocked that out of his hand. He pulled it down just in the time, just a lick of time there, so he didn't fumble the ball. And then he took off running, and he did a good job. I mean, he turned what easily could have been either a fumble or a 4 or 5 yard loss into a 4-yard game, and that's what we talked about in the pregame. Is Maddox O'Neal, he's got to use his legs some, and he did an excellent job there on that first down.
2nd and 7, as it is going to be a handoff to Dawson Hayden. He is corralled in the backfield, and that's going to be a face mask. As a side swipe of the face mask, it looks like, by Paducah Tilman. Flag comes out, and another flag comes out afterwards, and right now you are watching. Well, I'll wait and make sure Bubba Henley makes the call. We talked about the first quarter, how we were disappointed with an exchange that one of the Mustang players had. Now in the second quarter, it is a face mask against Paducah Tilman. And then an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty against Paducah Tilman. Over the last several minutes of gameplay, to speak frank, it was McCracken County in the first quarter losing their composure. Paducah Tilman has amped that up quite a bit here in the second quarter. Now 3 unsportsmanlike penalties in a matter of 5.5 minutes. And that's just undisciplined football. You're hurting your team, and they just play football.
Yeah, Eric, it is unfortunate. And that was another one that wasn't necessary.
It was not.
Okay, you got a face mask penalty. You take it. It wasn't something real intentional, but he did pull on Dawson Hayden's face mask. You walk away from it. You let McCracken County get their 15 yards, and you got another set of downs. But instead, you get a little bit of additional jawing going on, for no better term there, and you end up really giving the Mustangs about a 30-yard pickup there.
That's exactly right. First down for the Mustangs on the Tilman 45. It is going to be O'Neill. Pressure coming, throws left side to Matcham, jukes and hit in from behind after gaining about 2. And again, O'Neill facing a lot of pressure from this really talented Tilman front, able to get rid of it and gain 2.
Yeah, Eric, one of the things is you got to say has been a common theme. We've not talked about it so far in this first half, but Tilman has been blitzing nearly every down. I think they want to put as much pressure on Maddox O'Neill as they possibly can, and then they've been able to do it. They've easily, on nearly every down that Maddox has set up for a pass play, they've been at least rushing 5 guys and then sometimes 6 guys putting pressure on Maddox O'Neill. It'll be interesting to see what Coach Brooks does to adjust to that in the second half.
As the snap goes through O'Neill's hands, and he will fall on it. And that is unfortunately the continuing theme for the Mustangs. And O'Neill, unfortunately, now showing a lot of anger, just kind of gave a fist pump to his teammate's head, and there's a lot of dysfunction right now between the Mustang front and Maddox O'Neill. There's a lot of tense verbalizing between both sides, and unfortunately, the Mustangs losing time on the play clock. It's now 3rd and 20. See if the Mustangs can regroup here. 3rd down, 20. Dropping back O'Neill. He's going to step into the pocket. Now looking to run with it. Gets it across the 50. And he will go out of bounds just inside the 40 at the 39. That gives the Mustangs a fighting chance on 4th down here as he gains about 15. Really good job by Maddox O'Neill there. Now it's going to be 4th and about 5 for the Mustangs. And at this point, you really have no choice but to go for it.
You need to go for it here. Eric, going back to what I was saying earlier, as Maddox O'Neill used his legs there, he ended up picking up 15 of those 20 yards. He did a great job. And so, here's a situation where Maddox needs to be prepared to throw it downfield, or at the same time take an opportunity to run for this first down for the Mustangs.
4th and 5. O'Neill throws to the left, caught by Matcham. First down across the 35 as he steamrolls his defender. And that will be good enough for the first down as he looks like he got to the 34. Nice job on the out route for McCracken County to get 6.
Yeah, Eric, and you got to give Matcham credit. Going back to what Coach Brooks said, he wants to see enthusiasm, confidence, tough play out of his team. You got to give Matcham credit there for the fans at home. He held on to the ball with his right hand, took his left arm, and just threw the defender all the way to the turf. Unfortunately, he was right at the sidelines, or he would have had an opportunity to pick up some more yards. So you'd like to see that toughness out of Matcham.
First down and 10. Snap, dropping back O'Neill, facing some pressure, rolls to his right. As he looks to throw down the right sideline, it is incomplete. As he tried to hit Matcham, great coverage on the play for Paducah Tilman. And then another flag coming in, and I cannot say enough. Paducah Tilman right now is by far its own worst enemy. They are, after nearly every play, giving a little bit extra in terms of, as Jimmy termed earlier, jawing and motions. They've already given in this last, I'd say 5 minutes of gameplay, 60 yards in unsportsmanlike penalties. Unsportsmanlike conduct against Paducah Tilman. That is just undisciplined football that's going to get you beat, especially in later rounds if you don't clean that up.
It is, and one thing, Eric, you got to look at the clock. There's 4 minutes and 37 seconds, and you could say the Mustangs are down 3 scores at the moment. But you look at it this way: if the Mustangs could score here and run this clock to the halftime mark and go in at 28-14, if they went in here at halftime 28-14, and they get the ball after halftime. So keep that in mind. The Mustangs get it after halftime, come back and put another 7 on the board. You could be looking early third quarter, this being a 28-21 game.
No doubt.
And that's a whole different ball game in the second half.
Snap, hand off to Newman. Going off tackle, now trying to stretch it. Gets across a 15, down towards the 13. And again, on this drive alone, the Mustangs have benefited from 45 yards of Paducah Tilman unsportsmanlike penalties. Now inside the 20. to about the, let's call it the 13.
You know, Eric, one thing we can't say the Mustangs have had a big running game so far in this first half. But they're going to give credit to Newman. When he has gotten the ball in the backfield, he's picked up some positive yards. There he picked up about 7.5 yards.
Snap. O'Neal drops back, throwing towards the right sideline. It is caught! Touchdown Mustangs! Back corner of the end zone to Jakari Matcham.
Eric, that's just what the Mustangs needed to do. I think the thing now is it's going to switch. The Mustangs have got to play good defense. There's 3 minutes and 59 seconds left on the clock. For the Mustangs, the defense needs to come out here and stop Stone Crow in this offense to go in this half at 28-14. Maybe even have an opportunity if they could stop them in 3 downs to get another possession here before they go into that halftime and cut into this lead some more.
As the extra point is up and good with 3:59 left in this second quarter. The Mustangs have cut the lead in half, 28-14. And again, credit the Mustangs as they were able to take the 3 unsportsmanlike penalties on this drive alone and really set themselves up for something nice. Now, if you're McCracken County, you've got to kind of let Paducah Tilman continue to make their own mistakes, keep your composure, and see what happens.
You do, and like I said, Eric, a stop here in the first 3 downs, the Mustangs could get it back with maybe 2 minutes on the clock and have an opportunity to punch it in and get another score and then get the ball back. So right now, a little bit of favor, a little bit of momentum in the Mustangs' favor. And Coach Brooks, just for the fans at home, I want the fans at home to know Coach Brooks huddled up his entire team right here at the 50-yard line and fired them up. So let's get fired up. We're not out of this ball game yet. He fired his team up. So, Eric, right now, this is an opportunity. The Mustangs are going out on the field. Momentum swung in their favor. We've got to keep it in their favor going into halftime. So this kickoff's key, and this defense getting on the field and making a stop can make a big difference on what the second half looks like.
So Brock Wilson will tee it up for McCracken County. 3:59 in this second quarter. Mustangs trail 28-14. Scoreboard update brought to you by Mattress Market. Get good sleep. Go to the Mattress Market, Lone Oak Road in Paducah. And so Wilson will kick it off. As you never know what to expect with Brock. He had a lot of onside kicks last year, already won tonight. Don't expect it here, especially now that Paducah Tilman is kind of watching for it. But Paducah Tilman's highly touted transfer that again has offers from LSU and other big name schools. Cameron Wade is back deep. Mustangs going to avoid him, and the Mustangs just going to kick it out of bounds. That Paducah Tilman may try to make them re-kick it, but we'll see.
Nope, looks like offense coming on. Yeah, they're going to take that one.
So inside the 45, they're going to call it. Let's see where they spot it. It's been a really good job by the officiating crew tonight. No surprise with that. Bubba Henley and crew. Wonderful job in such a high spirit-filled matchup. Our officials in every sport do such a wonderful job that we really are spoiled. We need more officials, though. If you want to be an official, reach out to Bubba Henley or any of our officials. They will get you started. Let's keep the games of high school going thanks to our officials. It is first down and 10 for Tilman on its own 49. Handoff goes to the back. Wilson, he is hit at the 50, able to shed that tackle across the 45. Bulldozes his way across the 45 and across the first down marker, I believe. A wonderful job in the backfield by DeMarcus Wilson.
Yeah, Eric, you know, classic stiff arm there. I don't know who that was on the defensive line for the Mustangs. They had an opportunity to make that tackle right at the line of scrimmage, and Wilson just shedded him, just threw him off with that stiff arm, picked up 9 additional yards.
Snap to Crow. He drops back, throws over the middle, wide open, but dropped. It was kind of a tough catch to be made by Perdaman. It was at his ankles. He tried to make the catch, and if he does, he's got pay dirt potentially. He could have barged his way into the end zone for 6.
He could have indeed. Right there on that crossing route, he was pretty much wide open. He had a couple defenders in his area there, but it would have been an easy catch and taken on the end zone if that was an accurate pass.
3rd and 1. Wilson gets the first down across the 40, cuts it inside across the 35, inside the 30, spin move across the 30 to the 28 to the 27. A wonderful job again by DeMarcus Wilson, the senior running back. Just a great job shedding tackles with a variety of moves.
Yeah, Eric, he did a great job there. I think one of the things is for the Mustang defense, if they're going to tackle Wilson, they got to do it down low. He's a stout running back, and you got to really hit Wilson low. And that particular time, they were hitting him high.
As a quick throw into the flat to Thompson is incomplete. He maybe looked up a little too quick, not sure, but dropped it. 2nd and 10 now for Tilman inside the 30 at the McCracken 27. 28-14, Mustangs trail. But hanging tough. Is snap. It is going to be Crow throwing down over the middle. It's picked off. It's at the 20, across the 30, across the 35, and brought back towards the 42. A great job by Matcham to get the pick.
Eric, right now we're looking at the clock for the fans at home. 2 minutes and 58 seconds left on the clock, and the Mustangs have the ball over the 40-yard line on their side. So just a little over 58 yards to a touchdown here. So for the Mustangs, Eric, this right here is an opportunity to turn the tide in this game. Maddox O'Neill and his offense have got to get on the field. 2:58 left. I think they've got one timeout left so far in this second quarter. So in this first half. So overall for the Mustangs, an opportunity, Eric, to go into halftime, maybe 28-21, and then get that ball back and be able to tie this game up in the third quarter. So this right here is the momentum opportunity for this offense to put one on Tilman before halftime.
1st and 10 for the Mustangs, and Coach Brooks having to call timeout, not happy with how the Mustangs lined up. It was Tilman going up 28-7, and you and I kind of marked about how we even saw an adult on the Tilman sideline come on the field and kind of in front of a Mustang sophomore do a little dance jig, and to the credit of the Mustang sophomore, kept his composure. From that point, it has been 60 yards in unsportsmanlike conduct penalties against Tilman, and the Mustangs have outplayed Tilman from that point. I feel like Tilman lost its composure and really lost their execution from that point, and that's something you cannot do if you want to make it like they do deep into a postseason run. They need to clean that up.
Yeah, and you know, Eric, I'm going to say one other thing they lost. If I take those two things that you just said that got lost, what did it add up? It lost the momentum in the game. I mean, those two things added up to a big loss of momentum, and right now it's in McCracken County's favor, possibly going into halftime.
See if the Mustangs are able to pounce on that mistake. 2:58 left in the second quarter. Mustangs trail 28-14. It's been a game of momentum. Paducah Tilman struck first. McCracken County answered. Then Paducah Tilman went on 21 straight. Now the Mustangs looking to put together consecutive points on their side. 1st and 10 for the Mustangs on the Tilman 42. Handoff to Newman. He is able to get by the initial wave, which would have been for a loss. Gains about 1.
You know, Eric, one other point to keep in mind here in this last 2 minutes and 46 seconds of this half. The Mustangs right now need about, Eric, I'm going to roughly say 20 yards, maybe 25. They'll be in Brock Wilson's field goal range. We've not talked about field goals so far in this game. It's been trying to match touchdowns. But even if you went in at 28-17, that would be another momentum gain for the Mustangs. So let's not lose sight of the fact the Mustangs may kick a field goal here late in the second quarter if they can get in Brock Wilson's range.
2nd and 9. It is going to be Newman again as he's able to go straight towards the left side. Gains about 2. That'll make it 3rd and 7. To give you an idea, talking with Coach Brooks Wednesday night at the coaches show, McCracken County feels confident, and another flag comes in. No idea what this was about. I was not looking. Coach Brooks feels confident in Brock Wilson to connect from 50 yards. And so with that, if you can get to the 33, you're within the confidence range, which is really unheard of in high school football for many kickers. But the Mustangs have just quite the talent in Brock Wilson. Unfortunately, this penalty was against McCracken County. And again, I have no idea what happened. I was not watching the game of play. Unfortunately, it's going to move the Mustangs back to their own 29. And it is going to be 3rd and long for McCracken County. 2:03 left in this quarter, and this may be one of those where the Mustangs try to get a chunk of yards and hope it turns into something big. We'll see. O'Neill with 3 wideouts to his right, 1 to his left. Trying to get Tilman to jump. They did not. Play clock at 25. Music still playing, and now they do cut the music off. And O'Neill will get a little bit extra time from his head coach to get the play call. 22 for the Mustangs on their own 31. 2:03 in the second quarter. Mustangs down by 14. Snap. O'Neill dropping back. He's rolling to his right under a lot of pressure. He's just got to get rid of it, and that'll make it 4th and 22. That was a great play call by Paducah Tilman to dial up the blitz on the weak side. And O'Neill had to run for his life, and it'll be 4th down.
Eric, that was a good decision, though, by O'Neill. I got to give him credit. That's where we see the maturity in him in this senior year. That's one of those plays where you say, hey, we throw it away. He's done that a couple times tonight, and you end up just punting the ball. So, to me, for Maddox O'Neill in that particular situation, that's the right call. That's the right decision you want to see out of a senior quarterback. For the Mustangs, they are going to have to come back on the field here and play defense again with a minute 56. So, still an opportunity to keep this at a 28-14 game going into half.
So Brock Wilson to punt. A nice snap. Wilson, a spiraling kick, and it is a beaut. It will bounce at the 35. A flag comes in. It's going to be returned at the 31 and out to the 40 and out to the 45-yard line. I don't really know what the flag was. It was around the area of where you would see a block in the back. Not certain that's the call.
Eric, I almost want to say, if I'm going to guess, it looked like the Mustang defender may have interfered with the punt returner. I'm not for certain, but in where they threw the flag, I almost think that he unintentionally made contact with the punt returner and didn't allow him an opportunity to catch that ball.
It is going to be against Tilman.
Well, if that's against Tilman, that is another, I'm going to guess, unsportsmanlike call because the only person back where that was the punt returner and one McCracken County defender.
So we will see what they mark off here. It's just a 5-yard, so it may have been, he may have signaled for fair catch and took it for it. I don't know. I'm really not sure.
And, Eric, that might be the point because I didn't see him say he was signaling for a fair catch, but he definitely advanced the ball after what you thought the play looked like was dead.
So we'll see. It is first down for Paducah Tilman on their own 40. 1:44 in this first half. Tilman on top, 28-14. Score update brought to you by Mattress Market, Lone Oak Road. As the officials come in to have a conversation over the football, you're actually going to mark it off another 10 yards. So that would make a total of 15 yards. So goes back to maybe I don't know, really a 15-yard spot and did not see the signal. So we'll continue. First down and 10 for Tilman on their own 30. Dropping back is Stone Crow under some pressure. Trying to roll. He will roll. Now throws over the middle. Great pass. Great catch across the 40, 45, out to the 50, and steamrolled across the 50. A very nice job by DeMarcus Wilson. And another flag coming in. It's going to be another personal foul. We will see on who.
That, Eric, is on Tilman.
I would say you're right.
After Hoffman tackled him, he smacked him in the back of the helmet. Wilson got him, smacked Hoffman right in the back of the helmet, and did it as well right in front of the official. So that's another 15 back against Wilson on that particular case there. He didn't like the fact that, as you called it on the air, Eric, Hoffman steamrolled him. That was an excellent tackle by Hoffman.
It is.
He didn't like it, and they're backing him up.
Personal foul against Paducah Tilman. So from the 8-minute mark of this second quarter, we're now on the 1:34 mark of the second quarter, Tilman has racked up 75 yards of unsportsmanlike penalties. That is a lot.
Eric, if I remember right, we'll have to talk to Ivan at halftime. Last year we had a penalty record type of ball game. I can't remember what game that was. I almost want to say it was Christian County. It was Christian County. Ivan confirmed that. This game's on pace for that.
Mercy. And that was a great game from Paducah Tilman. You're seeing, once again, the lack of composure these last few minutes from Paducah Tilman. Wipe off a 20-something yard gain and then bring it back 15 yards. It's first down and about 10 for the Blue Tornado.
Eric, you're not sure how many yards it is because the sticks on the other side, they can't figure out
That's
where
right.
to go.
I think they are getting the officials to help them a little bit. It's being sorted out. We're all in our first week here. Some rust all around, understandably. So it's going to be after the play. So it's going to be second down for Tilman and about 6. We're ready to go. As Stone Crow drops back, steps into the pocket, throws over the middle. It is incomplete. Double coverage was looking for Cameron Wade. 3rd and 6. Well, we just got chewed out by a Mustang fan. No idea why. And he was upset. We didn't. The PA crew did. 3rd and 6. Need to gather around and sing a hymn. 3rd and 6 is it's going to be a toss towards the left side looking for Wade. He has a block on the outside, gets across the 35, across the 40. Should be enough for the first down. That is the speed we talk about from Cameron Wade and why many schools in the Southeastern Conference would love to have his abilities.
Yeah, Eric, but the Mustangs, I got to give the defense credit. They did a good job there running him to the sidelines. That's where you need to run him out of bounds. The Mustangs did it down to a minute 20 right now. They need to keep Tilman out of the end zone.
First down and 10 for Tilman on their own 43. Dropping back is Crow. Steps into the pocket. Throws right side. Wide open man is dropped.
Eric, he looked downfield.
He did. Brendan Brown could not have been more wide open, and I think you're right. Some of the hardest plays to make are when you are that wide open and wondering, is someone about to get me? And I think he just dropped it.
He did, Eric. He dropped that on the 47-yard line, the Mustang side of the field. Would have been a first down. He might have been able to get that 47 yards to the end zone, and he was looking down at that 47 yards and forgot to do the most important thing, that's catch the ball first.
Crow over the middle, has a man caught, but steamrolled on the play. Great open field tackle for McCracken County. A wonderful job by Charlie Higdon.
Oh, man, that was a hit and a half by Charlie. I can tell you one thing, Eric, right now I'm not sure who that was that caught the ball for Tilman, but I can tell you right now they're going to remember that tomorrow morning when they got up. They ran into about 220 pounds of Charlie Higdon there, full steam, and that was one of the top tackles we've seen so far in tonight's game.
3rd down and 6 for Tilman. 38 seconds left. Snap, dropping back into the pocket, throws over the middle, caught at the 50. Mustangs corral, but not in time. It should be good enough for a first down as it is caught by Blair Sains. That is across the 50 to the 46. Now 27 seconds left. Timeout is called as Brian Courtney just chimed in. We all need to gather around, hold hands, and everyone say something nice about someone else. I agree with that analysis. It wouldn't hurt tonight.
Yeah, you got to admit, there's been a lot of tension maybe on the sidelines. We've got a little tension up here in the press box. And so overall tonight, Eric, there's just a lot of tension around Marquette Stadium.
I must say your hair is on point if I'm going to start with the compliments tonight.
Well, good. I'm glad you didn't say my hair was on fire. You know, that's what I thought you were going to say there for just a moment.
No, it's on fleek, I think is the term used by others to say, hey, some of my former students. But it is quite the tense atmosphere tonight. We've had our fair share of penalties here this evening as timeout on the field. This timeout brought to you by Lone Oak Nutrition, your morning and afternoon drink stop. They have loaded teas, protein shakes, and more, open 7 days a week. Lone Oak Nutrition, across from Lone Oak Animal Clinic on Augusta Avenue. It is 27 seconds left here in the second quarter. Several shout-outs to get to. We'll do that hopefully before halftime. If not, we'll do it during halftime or after. As Tilman now resumes play. Across the 50 at the 46. Leading 28-14. Snap. Stone Crow drops back. Looks to air it out towards the middle. Picked off by McCracken County. Across the 40. Up the left sideline across the 50. And goes down at the 50 with 17 seconds left. An errant throw from Crow and a nice job for the Mustangs by Max Sturm.
That was an excellent pickoff, Eric. He read that all the way and really just cut right in front of the receiver. For the fans at home, that was a crossing route by Tilman about 20 yards down the field. And Max Sturm, he read that perfectly and just stepped right in front of the wide receiver. Stone Crow didn't see him whatsoever coming, was able to return that, I'm going to say, about 20, 25 yards Ivins got in the books on that return by Max Sturm. Got it back to 50-yard line. The unfortunate part for the Mustangs, just 17 seconds left. The Mustangs do not have any timeouts here left in the second quarter.
Ball on the 50. Dropping back O'Neal. He's rolling towards his left. He's looking. He's going to go out of bounds, and it'll be 11.5 seconds. The tough part for McCracken County is the no timeouts. If you can get it to the 33, that is the outer range of the super kicker, Brock Wilson, but it's tough. When you don't have timeouts, you're looking towards the sideline. Now 11.5, you're looking deep.
Yeah, Eric, you made a good call there that I didn't think about. I mean, right here could be an opportunity to run maybe a 15-yard pattern downfield and run it to the sidelines and get an opportunity to get it over somewhere around the 35, possibly, for Brock to get an opportunity.
2nd and 12, as it is going to be a handoff to the back. Mustangs are content letting this one kind of run down to in the half. They might be hoping for an unsportsmanlike penalty, maybe. We'll see. As that will do it for the first half. Entertaining first half. And some dramatics as well. But after one half of play, the Mustangs trail Paducah Tilman 28-14. When we come back, we'll have the first half scoring for you, as well as the stats, the Estes Chiropractic Center second half adjustments, and more at the half. The Mustangs trail, it's 28-14.
I loved playing high school sports. I loved the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, all the pageantry, and I wanted to keep playing. But I graduated. No colleges called, and neither did the pros. So, to stay close to the game I loved, I decided to become a high school official. You know, a referee. When I played high school sports, I learned the importance of integrity, good sportsmanship, and respect for the rules. Now as a high school official, I get to help model these same values to others. Maybe the colleges and the pros didn't call, but the kids in Kentucky did. And now, I'm enjoying the competition, the camaraderie, the bands, the crowds, and all the pageantry of high school sports all over again.
Interested in becoming a licensed high school official? Go to highschoolofficials.com to learn more and begin the application process.
Rudy's Farm Center is your locally owned farm, industrial, and hardware store in Keppel. Now, the Rudy family is proud to be part of Mustang Nation. Why don't you come out and enjoy a bag of famous popcorn? It's just 10 minutes from the school campus out on Highway 60. While you're there, take a good look at the selection of Traeger wood pellet grills, a great addition for your tailgate party. At Rudy's Farm Center, down Highway 60 in Keppel.
Think the air in your home's clean? If your ducts haven't been cleaned in a while, well, think again. Dust, allergens, even mold can be hiding in your ductwork, and every time you turn on the system, it just blows right through your house. At 1 Hour Heating and Air of Western Kentucky, they don't just clean your ducts, they help your family breathe easier with professional duct cleaning and indoor air quality solutions that work. Give 1 Hour Heating and Air a call today at 270-331-1110. Cleaner air starts here, and your lungs will thank you. 1 Hour Heating and Air of Western Kentucky. Always on time or you don't pay a dime.
Do you avoid going to the doctor because of all the hassle? Figuring out your copay, your deductible. Will your insurance even pay for this? Is this provider in your network? There's no hassle at Estes Chiropractic. The Back Brothers. They cut their fees so they could cut out the middleman. The Back Brothers drop their fees enough so they don't have to fool with insurance. And neither do you. They don't do insurance at Estes. They just take good care of you. Give Paducah's Back Brothers a call. Estes Chiropractic, the Back Brothers.
Thin crust, pepperoni.
Pizza Inn has been your hometown pizza place for over 50 years, and our values remain the same. Great food, great service, clean restaurant, and a whole lot of fun. We invite you to come and be our guest, or bring something home that the entire family can enjoy together. Pizza Inn, 1001 Joe Clifton Drive, Paducah. Come on in.
Discover the difference that comes from a financial partner committed to building better tomorrows. I'm Darren Rudolph with Baird Private Wealth Management in Paducah. As a provider of trusted financial services in Paducah, Baird is committed to making the future brighter for you and for our community. That's why we support local organizations like United Way and West Kentucky Fellowship of Christian Athletes, because we care about Paducah. Discover the Baird difference. Visit paducah.bairdwealth.com.
When Kitmo started up, making sure you had what you needed for whatever job you were doing, gas was about 36 cents a gallon. You could mail a letter for 6 cents, 8 tracks were fresh and new, and lava lamps were the big hot thing. 55 years later, things are different, except for Kitmo. When you got a job to do, you can get what you need to get it done at Kitmo. They sell construction products and equipment, and they rent stuff like skid steers, excavators, telehandlers, scaffolding. Yep, for 55 years and counting. You still get Mo at Kitmo.
Craving wings that bring the heat? Buffalo Wild Wings has got you covered. Whether you're a fan of classic buffalo, sweet barbecue, or something in between, they've got sauces that'll make your taste buds dance. Enjoy wings and other great menu items while catching all the live sports action on B-Dub's big screens. Or get it to go. Just order online at BuffaloWildWings.com or get the free app. Wings, beer, sports. What more could you ask for at Buffalo Wild Wings?
Hungry for pizza, wings, and a whole lot of fun? Come on down to Pizza Ranch, now open in Paducah. Whether you're craving their famous all-you-can-eat pizza buffet, crispy wings, or tasty desserts, they've got something for everyone in the family. Plus, bring the kids for some fun in their arcade and play zone. It's more than just dinner, it's a night of memories. Visit Pizza Ranch at Kentucky Oaks Mall in Paducah today, or call 270-448-5200 to place your order for carryout or delivery. Pizza Ranch, where every meal is a celebration.
When it comes to opening a new bank account, I have very high opening requirements. Amazingly, F&B Bank's Your Start Bundle Checking Plus Savings pulls out all the stops. A 2.25% APY on your first $15,000, free nationwide ATMs, a great mobile app, and more. Hey, when you need a bank that complies with your terms, it's not about small print. It's your big goals and dreams. Get your start at F&B. APY is annual percentage yield. Standard rate of 0.20% APY will apply to balances over $15,000. See bank for terms and conditions. F&B Bank, member FDIC.
28-14, our score here at the half. The Mustangs trail by 14. They'll get the football first to start the second half in just a little bit. As we are here at the half, as we are with you in the Baird broadcast booth, Brent Hausman and the folks at Baird, proud sponsors of our broadcast booth here high atop Marquette Stadium. As we look at that first half, let's take a look at the first half stats. And with that, we welcome Ivan Stevens.
Thanks, Eric. In the first half, scoreboard looks pretty good, could be better, but as far as stats, you would think it was one-sided. Tilman has 303 total offensive yards, 195 passing, 108 rushing. For McCracken, they have 113 yards, 82 passing, 31 rushing. The big difference, penalties for Tilman, 10 penalties, 108 yards. For McCracken, 8 penalties, 61 yards. Time of possession, McCracken with the edge, 14 minutes, 24 seconds. Tilman with 9:36. Individually for McCracken, Dawson Hayden has 2 carries for 18 yards. Landon Newman has 6 carries for 17 yards and a touchdown. Maddox O'Neill has 6 carries for -4. Passing-wise, Maddox O'Neill, he's 12 for 19, 82 yards and a touchdown. He was sacked once. Receiving, Jakari Matcham, 7 catches, 61 yards and a touchdown. Nolan Winstead, 4 catches, 21 yards, and Dawson Hayden, 1 catch for no yards. For the guys across the field, Tilman, Stone Crow, throwing. He's 11 for 20 with 2 interceptions, 195 yards, and he has thrown 4 touchdowns. Rushing for Tilman, DeMarcus Wilson, 10 carries for 47 yards. Cameron Wade, 1 carry for 22 yards. Mason Copeland, 1 carry for 15. Jamarian Perdiman, 1 carry for 11 yards. Stone Crow, 1 for 11. And Blair Sains, 1 for 2. Pass receiving. DeMarcus Wilson, 4 catches, 44 yards, and a touchdown. Avery Thompson, 2 catches for 60 yards and a touchdown. Cameron Wade, 2 catches, 37 yards, and a touchdown. Jamarian Perdiman, 1 catch for 32. Brendan Brown, 1 catch for 17. And Blair Sains, 1 catch for 5, and it was a touchdown.
And so that is the overall stats, and a lot of extracurriculars you've had to keep tabs with as well.
Yeah, I've been scrambling here with this computer, trying to keep up with what's going on.
Ivan, you do a wonderful job. Great job on your first halftime report tonight. We'll talk to you in the postgame show, all right?
All right, sounds good.
All right, that is Ivan Stevens joining us as Ivan doing a great job keeping up with those first half stats. At the first half timeout, meaning halftime, the Mustangs trail right now 28-14, but the Mustangs will get the football first to start the second half. And several shout-outs to get to, see if I can get to them. Chris and Dina Coots saying, let's go Mustangs. Good to hear from you all. Penny Kirkleman and Caleb Simpson are listening in. Great to hear from you all. Go Mustangs from Felton, Delaware. That's Coach Brooks' grandparents, in-laws, and Barb and Jack O'Brien as well from the Coach Brooks family. Bailey, Blake, and Piper Bradley watching and listening. Good to hear from you all as I continue through this list. And Mark Buchanan listening in. Good to hear from you all. Holly Kelly also listening and watching. Kellen Bramer is saying go Stangs. Jared Aldridge saying go Mustangs. The Aldridge are watching from home. As Ben Moss is listening in, affectionately known as Mossy. I'm certain I've missed a few as I am trying to keep up with texts. I apologize. Let me know you're listening if I did miss, or if you want a shout out, courtesy of Seaplant Federal Credit Union, 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. We will shout you out courtesy of Seaplant Federal Credit Union, 7 counties in western Kentucky to serve you. When we come back, we'll take a look at the Estes Chiropractic Center second half adjustments, and then we will have the second half for you between McCracken County and Paducah Tilman. As we return at the half, the Mustangs trail 28-14.
Flooring America, 5150 Heartland Drive is proud to bring you high school sports. Flooring America carries a full line of residential and commercial carpet, vinyl, laminate area rugs, and custom tile. Right now, they have closeout porcelain tile at just 99 cents a foot. Their professional installers are fully insured. It's not just about offering one of the area's largest selection of quality floor coverings. It's about making sure you're absolutely thrilled with the outcome of your choice. For integrity, quality, and professional service, it's Flooring America, 5150 Heartland Drive, or flooringamerica.com. Snack wraps are back at McDonald's. Yes, the fan favorite has returned with delicious crispy chicken in your choice of ranch or spicy pepper sauce. Try one today. And for your morning treat, McDonald's is serving a new spicy Egg McMuffin. But hurry, these won't be around long. And to cool off on these hot summer days, McDonald's has frozen soft drinks for only $1.99. Now that is a cool deal. Come on over to your neighborhood McDonald's. They're ready to serve you. Think the air in your home's clean? If your ducts haven't been cleaned in a while, well, think again. Dust, allergens, even mold can be hiding in your ductwork, and every time you turn on the system, it just blows right through your house. At 1 Hour Heating and Air of Western Kentucky, they don't just clean your ducts, they help your family breathe easier with professional duct cleaning and indoor air quality solutions that work. Give 1 Hour Heating and Air a call today at 270-331-1110. Cleaner air starts here, and your lungs will thank you. 1 Hour Heating and Air of Western Kentucky. Always on time or you don't pay a dime.
Do you avoid going to the doctor because of all the hassle? Figuring out your copay, your deductible. Will your insurance even pay for this? Is this provider in your network? There's no hassle at Estes Chiropractic. The Back Brothers. They cut their fees so they could cut out the middleman. The Back Brothers dropped their fees enough so they don't have to fool with insurance. And neither do you. They don't do insurance at Estes. They just take good care of you. Give Paducah's Back Brothers a call. Estes Chiropractic, the Back Brothers.
Back here, high atop Marquette Stadium in the Baird broadcast booth. McCracken County trailing right now, 28-14. As you welcome back is McCracken County. We'll get the football first to start the second half. But before we get to play in the second half, let's jump to the Estes Chiropractic Center. Second half adjustments. When you need that back adjustment, as I often do, go see the Back Brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic Center. They will get you in, adjusted, and out feeling better than ever in no time at all. That is the Back Brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic Center, Central Avenue in Paducah. For the Mustangs, Maddox O'Neill having to run quite a bit tonight. They've got to find a way to give him a little bit of relief in the protection up front.
Yeah, Eric, I think if this offense is going to move the ball, Maddox O'Neill's got to be able to throw it downfield. And really, particularly since the first quarter, he's just not had time to do that. One of the things is you got to give Tilman credit. They're blitz, and they are rushing somewhere between 5 and 7 guys at a time and not giving him any opportunity down there. But the offensive line, we talked about this offensive line being young. 3 of the 5 players are first-time starters. And Tilman's taken advantage of that. They've really not allowed Maddox O'Neill to set up any in the pocket. And most of the throws that he's completed, he's been flushed out of the pocket and had to throw it downfield on the run. So I think the situation there is the offensive line needs to step up here in the second half, even if they're blitzing. And one of the things is, Eric, I want to throw in a little bit of credit to Ivan. I asked Ivan if he had any opinion off of my list. And one thing that he suggested, he said maybe McCracken County should run a few draw plays, maybe to get that blitz to back off a little bit, give it to Newman, give it to Dawson Hayden, and see if they can, get them a little bit back on their heels and back them off the blitz. So I think offensively for the Mustangs to have a good second half, it's really going to start with the play of that line and giving Maddox O'Neill that time that he needs to throw the ball.
Also for County tonight is conversely Stone Crow doing a wonderful job, both having a lot of time and using that time well. The Mustangs have to find a way to get some pressure on Stone Crow.
Yeah, Eric, they do. I've watched a lot of these plays along the line of scrimmage just to see how that defensive front is going for the Mustangs. And for the most part, I've got to give credit to Tilman's line. They're really holding their own. They've not allowed the Mustangs to get any pressure whatsoever on Stone Crow. He's really not been flushed out of the pocket any. He's done a majority of his throws right from the pocket. And so one of the things I'd like to see in this second half in particular is I'd like to see that front four maybe blitz one of those guys out of that linebacker position, get some pressure on Stone Crow, and make him flush him out of the pocket, make him throw one on the run. Let's see how accurate it is. We've already got 2 interceptions in this first half. That'd be a key turnover in the second half for the Mustangs.
Also for McCracken County tonight is defending the long ball.
Yeah, Eric, I think that's a must. One of the differences in this scoreboard when you look at it is really 2 long plays. The one where they threw it downfield, Dawson Hayden unfortunately got a little crossed up there, allowed the receiver to be able to take that in. I think that was a 54-yard play that Ivans got recorded. And then the other one was that it was really just an out pass there to Wade, but Wade ended up picking up about 30 yards. And so one of the things is for the Mustangs in particular, for the most part tonight they've done a good job, but they've got to do a good job in the second half. They've got to keep these wide receivers from Tilman in front of them so that they can't get those long, quick scores and expand that lead out any further than they do right now on 14 points.
You're looking at Tilman really start to pin their ears back and bring some blitzes. It might be nice for the Mustangs drop some draws to try to counteract those blitzes.
Yeah, Eric, I think that's a perfect play. I mean, you see it at all levels of football, high school, college, and pro, that, hey, if you've got a team that's pinning their ears back and just coming all at you, take that 1-2 second delay and then hand it off to that running back and let him take it the other way. If he can break that line of scrimmage, he's already beaten 5, 6, 7 players. He's only got 3, 4, maybe 5 players downfield that he's got to beat. And so you've got to be able to offset that blitz. The other way, Eric, to do that as well is run a screen play. The other thing that you can do is say, hey, take a Newman, take a Dawson Hayden, and just let them swing out of that backfield when they're blitzing and give Maddox O'Neill that quick drop pass to one of those guys. To me, Dawson Hayden would be excellent at that. He's got a lot of speed. So if you just threw over that blitz and just allowed him to get that ball out on the edge for Dawson Hayden, that's a good opportunity. So it'll be interesting to see what Coach Brooks draws up for the second half to try to offset that blitz from Paducah Tilman that we witnessed really for the fans at home. That was virtually every single down in that first half. They blitzed Maddox O'Neill. So it'll be interesting to see what adjustments get made.
That is your Estes Chiropractic Center second half adjustments. When you need that back adjustment, go see the Back Brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic Center. They will get you in, adjusted, and out, feeling better than ever in no time at all. That's the Back Brothers, Kevin and Kelly Estes of Estes Chiropractic Center, Central Avenue in Paducah. It will be McCracken County football to start this second half. The Mustangs trail right now 28-14. Credit to the Mustangs. They've been hanging in there. Tilman took a 28-7 lead and felt like all the momentum was heading towards the Big Blue sideline. And really just a combination of now 5, since that point at the 8-minute mark, 5 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties with 15 yards each. And the Mustangs were gifted 75 yards, took advantage, scored, and have cut the lead in half, and now get the football to start the second half.
Yeah, Eric, I mean, really, it's momentum in the favor of the Mustangs here, particularly if they can come out and drive down the field and put some points on the board. I think another thing, Eric, that you and I haven't talked too much about in the first half, we'll talk about after the game, but if the Mustangs continue to play at the level we've witnessed tonight against a high-quality team in Paducah Tilman, defending state champions, certainly over on that other sideline, there's a lot of thought that they want to be back in that state championship. And right now, the Mustangs are hanging with them. So one of the things is, Eric, that I feel good about is when you open up the season and probably play one of the toughest opponents that you're going to play all year long, and you're playing with them in the first quarter, even up for certain during that first quarter, and played even up with them in the second half of the second quarter, Coach Brooks and his staff have got to feel good.
No doubt.
You don't want to look down the road to next week or the 9 games in front of you, but you've got to say, hey, my football team looked pretty good on that first Friday night of Friday night football.
And the future is so bright with this McCracken Ball Club as the underclassmen classes are phenomenal. The 8th grade class has not lost in a long, long time. So much future bright for the Mustangs. Kickoff will go to the 16 and be returned from McCracken County. Matcham trying to stretch it out. Now cuts it up across the 20. He's brought down around the 25. Several shout-outs to get to. We'll do that in a little bit. First down and 10 now for the Mustangs as they have it on their own 25. See if the Mustangs can get within 7.
Eric, you got to give Matcham credit. We've mentioned his name a lot, but just for the fans at home, he returned that kickoff there. He's returned a couple other kickoffs. He's the leading receiver on this team tonight. So you got to give Matcham credit. Sophomore, he played some good football late last year. He's playing a great ball game tonight for the Mustangs.
First and 10 for McCracken County on their own 25. Snap as O'Neill throws to the left side. Caught as it's across the 25, across the 30. Cuts it up and brought out to about the 35. And a flag comes in late. Not sure what it is. Max Sturm with the catch. Gain of about 10. We'll see what the flag is. As Bubba Henley to make the call. It is a personal foul against Paducah Tilman. So Paducah Tilman, first play of the second half, picking up a penalty. And that will make it 5 yards, and the Mustangs have the first down.
Well, Eric, at least you got to say one thing. Tilman picked up where they left off.
They did. If you're just joining us, in the last 8 minutes, they got 5 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties, really aiding the Mustangs. First down and 10 for McCracken County on their own 40. Snap. It's a quick throw to the right to Matcham. Looking for a block. Goes on the outside. Gets across the 45. Across the 50. Up the right sideline. Inside the 45. Down to the 41. Great job of sheer speed. And then a flag comes out. I don't know what happened. Be honest, I'm recording each play with my phone while calling it. And I was going down to look at my phone to finish that record. And flag came out. And we're going to see what is going on here. It is a personal foul, unsportsmanlike conduct against Paducah Tilman. That is now 6 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties in the last 8 minutes and 30 seconds of play.
Eric, one thing I got to ask, I think 113 yards offense for the Mustangs. And another 108 off a penalty. So really the Mustangs got about 225 yards total offense. just a half of it on their own, and half of it Tilman has been given to them.
My goodness. Is first down at the 25. Handoff is to Dawson Hayden. He cuts it up at the 25 to the 23. I can't recall a time that a team has committed that many penalty yards in a half. And yet, that's what's going on here, and it's continuing here in the second half. That's something Paducah Tilman, they have got to find a way to keep their composure as the season goes on, or that's going to cost them in some games. It's now 8 personal foul penalties of unsportsmanlike conduct. Or, I'm sorry, 7, 6, I can't remember. I'll count it in a moment. As a handoff to Hayden as a whole, across the 20, then upended. A very nice job on the tackle for Paducah Tilman as he saved a potential score by Isaac James. A very strong hit by James to save a potential score by Dawson Hayden.
Yeah, Eric, but you got to like the play calling of Coach Brooks. We talked about it at halftime of maybe almost a draw play. That wasn't quite a draw play, but very close to it. Ivan mentioned it. You mentioned it on the air there at halftime, that really it offsets that blitz, and really that's been 2 good calls, I think, by Coach Brooks to get in this third down situation and really maybe back that blitz off a little bit and give Maddox O'Neal some time to really set up and find his receiver.
3rd and 4 is O'Neal. Throws towards the middle. It's picked off. A very errant throw, and it is going to be returned. That was where O'Neal just tried to do the complicated. He had a man wide open in the flat for the first down and instead lobbed one into double coverage, and that was an easy pick for Tilman, and that is very costly.
Yeah, Eric, that was unfortunate. The thing is, he hung that ball up a little bit right across the middle of the field. You know, if you throw that ball really a dart, it's kind of hard to intercept, but he kind of floated that across the middle, trying to hit Hunter Neely right there in the center of the field, and you float the ball up that much, you give a defender an opportunity to pick that off, and in that case, it's just what Tilman did.
And so Tilman takes over, first down and 10 on their own 21. Is dropping back Stone Crow, throws to the right, screen play, but dropped as they were looking for Cameron Wade and the screen, and good throw by Crow. Wade just couldn't bring it in, 2nd and 10.
Yeah, Eric, that was a quick out right there to Wade, and Wade could have taken that downfield. We saw that very same play go for that 30-plus yard touchdown early in the second quarter. So, you know, that's a play you're going to see Tilman sometimes try to just get the ball to Wade and let him do the work.
2nd and 10 is it's a handoff to Wilson, hitting the backfield and dropped. A great job by the Mustangs. I believe getting the initial push was Sam Goodman.
That was Sam Goodman. He came off the right defensive end there. No one blocked Sam Goodman. He got in the backfield and just wrapped Wilson up. You know, we talked about the hit Charlie Higdon put on earlier there. Very similar hit there by Sam Goodman. You like to see that play out of the 6'5" senior. That was an excellent tackle there by Sam Goodman.
Play that's frustrated the Mustangs this year, 3rd and long, 3rd and 12. This Crow goes to the right, wide open man. It's dropped. 3 and out for Paducah Tilman, and that's going to send the punting unit on for Tilman. And so the Mustangs commit the turnover, but they do not have it hurt them. And that's good news for McCracken County.
That is, and you know one thing, Eric, that play wasn't going anywhere. I don't know if you noticed, but Wilson was down on one knee when he attempted to catch that. If he would have caught it on one knee, he'd have been down anyway.
Good point.
And he would have only picked up about 3 yards.
Good point.
You know, for McCracken County, one of the things I got to say, in the last couple of plays, they've been able to get in the backfield. I think they rushed Stone Crow there just a little bit and caused that pass not to be completed. So you like the defense so far out of the Mustangs to get a 3 and out here at the beginning of the 3rd quarter.
9:27 in the 3rd. Mustangs trail 28-14. Brought to you by Mattress Market, Lone Oak Road in Paducah. As the Mustangs brought the blitz, and it's a really short punt that went sideline out of bounds. We'll see where they mark it. The Mustangs are going to have great field position at their Tilman 24.
That was a 4-yard punt.
That, I think, slipped off the side of the foot.
Yeah. I like 4-yard punts when it's from the opponent, and gives McCracken County the same field position they had just 4 downs ago. So Maddox O'Neal, Eric, you know what he's getting here? He's getting a redo.
That's right.
He's getting an entire redo here by Maddox O'Neal. So Maddox needs to come on and make good decisions. He's getting a second opportunity here at the beginning of the 3rd quarter for the Mustangs to close this to a one-touchdown lead. So for Maddox, this is a great opportunity on getting the ball back in just 4 yards difference than he did when he threw the interception.
1st and 10 for McCracken County on the Tilman 24. Mustangs trail 28-14. O'Neill gets a snap. Handoff is to Newman. Makes one man miss across the 20, up in it at the 19, maybe the 20 actually, gain of 4. Let's call it 2nd and 6. I know there's quite a few shout-outs. I'll do that here in just a little bit. Brought to you by Seaplant Federal Credit Union. It is 2nd and 6. Mustangs trail by 14, but right now entering the red zone on the 20. 9 minutes, third quarter. O'Neill gets a snap. Hand off to Newman again. Straight up the middle. Has a first down and then some. Inside the 15, inside the 10. He's down to the 6.
Eric, I see a helmet on the field.
That's right.
As well.
A Mustang helmet went flying. It looks like it was the helmet of, I think, Max Watson. He'll have to sit out of play, which is big because he's, as Max is a 6'4", 285-pound offensive lineman. Mustangs will bring him out for one play. It's 1st and goal at the 6. Mustangs a chance to get into the end zone. Newman, he's been the workhorse on this one. See if they give it to him again. 8.5 minutes in the third. Hand off to Newman. He goes off right tackle now, cuts it up inside the 5, down towards the 1, and he's down at the 2, maybe the 1.
Eric, you got to give credit. I got to let the fans know at home, all 3 of these running plays, it's not like there's a great big hole there for Newman. This is just all, as we said, man, the thunder on this team right here, the power back, is Landon Newman. He's just powering his way through the tacklers from Tilman. He picked that up, and so now they put the big back in there just for the fans to know. It's Elijah Pullen, about 240 pounds in the backfield right now.
As the whistle blows, or it does, it looks like the Mustangs may have jumped. No, they're going to say offsides. The Mustangs were drawn offsides, and again, another Paducah Tilman penalty. They are just stepping all over themselves since the 8-minute mark of the second quarter. Now the Mustangs will have it at the 1-inch line. Is, again, Elijah Pullen in the backfield. Hand off is to Pullen. Straight into the end zone. Touchdown, Mustangs! The big man gets 6. And the Mustangs have a chance to get within 7. That's how you draw it up.
Yeah, Eric, that was nice. That was another one of those plays. That's the same play. Just for the fans at home, we've seen Newman get in there on a touchdown coming off the right-hand hip of the right guard. Exactly the same play there for Elijah Pullen. So, you know, one of the things is Coach Brooks must have a lot of confidence in the right guard and right tackle because he'll run right behind him when he needs that short yardage.
As the extra point is up, and it is good. 7:42 in this third quarter. The Mustangs lead it. It's 28-21. And again, going back to where the slew of penalties started for Paducah Tilman. They went up 28-7. Since then, 6 or 7 unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. Since that point, Paducah Tilman's not been able to score. McCracken's thrown off 14 straight.
Eric, that's a good point. So you're going back to what, about the 5-minute
8-minute mark.
8-minute mark in the second quarter since the last time Tilman's put any points on the board.
That's right.
For the Mustangs, so go back to that. So right now, since that 8-minute mark, the Mustangs have outscored them by 14 points. That says a lot. And the other thing, Eric, I like that we've got to keep in mind tonight, too, is that first series by Tilman, when you thought they might have had some momentum with the interception at the goal line, the Mustang defense went out there and stopped them on a 3-and-out. And so that's another positive. You got to ask the question is, what adjustments did Coach Brooks make with his defense to slow this Paducah Tilman offense down? Certainly was successful in that first series. Let's see if it can convey over to the second series as well.
So Brock Wilson will kick off. The Mustangs trail 28-21. 7:42 in this third quarter. Mattress Market, our scoreboard update sponsor. Sleep well with Mattress Market on Lone Oak Road. Brock Wilson to kick. It is a high and over-end kick. Paducah Tilman going to try to return it from the 26. Near fumble and going to be brought down at the 30. A little adventurous there for Paducah Tilman. Looking at the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline, Sheila Davis is watching and listening. Coach Brooks' sister and brother-in-law watching from northern Kentucky. Gary and Linda Goen, they were loving the game tonight, watching on YouTube. The Bethel University students say, go Mustangs. Good to hear from you all. More to do in just a moment. It'll be first down for PT. 28-21. Mustangs trail by 7. As Stone Crow hands it off to Wilson. Big hole across the left side as he's going to be tripped up around the 35-36. Thought it might be much more than that. It looked like he was going to get at least the first down, instead gained 6.
Yeah, Eric, and that was Dawson Hayden. You know, one of the things is, you know, overall I'd have to say that Wilson probably has 70 pounds on him, and that was a great open field tackle by a much smaller player in Dawson Hayden.
As a nice run by Wilson here off tackle, goes across the 40, 45 out to the 46. First down for Tilman, and Tilman changing their mindset a little bit from the first series, saying we're going to run the football a bit.
Yeah, a little off of kind of a play action there. You know, it looked like for a moment they were going to set up and pass the ball, and then Stone Crow did a quick handoff there to Wilson. So definitely a little different offensive scheme than we saw in the first half.
Dropping back, Crow throws over the middle. Wide open man is Thompson. Has it to 45, cuts it up left side, cross the 30, has a man to beat, and he's going to be brought down inside the 20 at the 19. A rifle of a throw by Crow to the Avery Thompson, who got it to the 20. First down, Paducah Tilman. And now Tilman going no huddle.
Yeah, Eric, that was this quick play that they did really in that second quarter was where they could put some points on the board. They're continuing to do it here for the first time in the third quarter.
So Stone Crow with Wilson to his right. Now changing up the play, and it looks like a timeout's going to be on the field. Is that timeout going to be called by McCracken County? So 6:51 here in the third. Tilman finding some momentum after a 3-and-out on their first series. Going up-tempo a bit and able to quickly get it inside the 20 to the 19. Now we'll see who can kind of take advantage inside the red zone.
Yeah, Eric, you hate to see Coach Brooks have to burn a timeout here with nearly 7 minutes left in the third quarter, particularly when if this game continues on, this could be a close game going down the stretch, and you like to have your timeouts when you get in that stage of the ball game. But I've got to agree with Coach Brooks here. Tilman was running this high-paced offense, really had the Mustangs back on their heels. So I got to give Coach Brooks credit. He needed to get his defense settled back down. They did a great job that first series. Second series a little different. I think that was a wise timeout here. Possibly they can get a stop.
First down and 10 for Paducah Tilman on the McCracken 19. It is going to be a handoff to Wilson. Nope, throw right side on the play action. Thompson has it inside the 10. He runs into the end zone for 6. Stone Crow to Avery Thompson for 19 yards and the touchdown. And that you give credit to Avery Thompson. He really did a nice job making some men miss to get to the end zone.
He did, Eric. It looked like he was going to be able to run him out of bounds. I think that was Max Sturm over there, but he ended up kind of doing a spin move and come inside Max in order to give him that last 10 yards to get that in the end zone. So I got to give Avery Thompson credit. That was all his work there to get that in the end zone.
And the extra point is up. It is a low liner, but it is good. With 6:45 left in this third quarter, Tilman gets back on the scoreboard. It's 35-21. We'll be back when we return. 99.5 The Fan.
Did you know that we offer Casasa Rewards checking accounts? All Casasa Rewards accounts include refunds on ATM withdrawal fees when you meet the monthly qualification criteria. There's no monthly maintenance fee and no minimum balance requirement. Best of all, you get rewarded for doing things you probably do anyway, such as using your debit card, setting up a direct deposit, and taking an e-statement. Every month is a new chance to qualify, and there's no penalty if you miss.
Seed Plant Federal Credit Union, member NCUA.
Hungry for pizza, wings, and a whole lot of fun? Come on down to Pizza Ranch, now open in Paducah. Whether you're craving their famous all-you-can-eat pizza buffet, crispy wings, or tasty desserts, they've got something for everyone in the family. Plus, bring the kids for some fun in their arcade and play zone. It's more than just dinner, it's a night of memories. Visit Pizza Ranch at Kentucky Oaks Mall in Paducah today, or call 270-448-5200 to place your order for carryout or delivery. Pizza Ranch, where every meal is a celebration.
Welcome back to the Baird broadcast booth. Mustangs right now, they trail 35-21, but hanging close with the Paducah Tilman Blue Tornado, as it will be Paducah Tilman to kick off to the Mustangs. Mustang team showing a lot of heart tonight. It is down by 14 and getting the football. Nice end-over-end kick here by Tilman. It'll be returned at the 6 as Matcham comes out to the 15-20 is across the 25, skates across towards the 27. He'll be brought down right around there. First down and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 27. And so McCracken County trying to answer what was a really impressive drive there for the Big Blue with one of their own. It's been a fun game tonight, my friend.
It has been. I'll be honest, Eric, you and I talked there at halftime. For me, calling, this is the third season I've called with you. The other years I did the stats, and this is really the best overall Tilman-McCracken County game that I've seen. Certainly in recent years, you went back 4 years, but certainly this is a much better game than we've witnessed the last 2 to 3 year period.
First and 10 for the Mustangs. As O'Neill drops back, pressure coming, throwing out the flat to Hayden. He has it across the 25, left sideline across the 30, cuts it up, hit hard around the first down sticks, and gain of about 9 or we'll see where they spot it. Maybe 9 on the dot. It'll be second and short regardless. Nice job by Dawson Hayden.
Yeah, Eric, and I got to give a little credit. When you said it was a hard hit, I think that hit was actually by Dawson Hayden. I'll be honest with you. I'm going to switch that around a little bit. I don't think that was the defensive guy putting the hit on. I think that was Dawson Hayden.
Dawson Hayden wants to hit in any situation he can, whether he's got the football or doesn't. Love the heart of that young man. Dropping back is O'Neill, throwing to the right side, match him. He's got a block across the 35. He has a first down across the 40 and wrapped around to the 43. Nice job by the Mustangs, getting about 15 yards, 2 quick plays. First down near midfield at the 44. Yeah, 44.
Eric, one thing we got to say for Coach Brooks, we asked the question at halftime, what would he do to offset that blitz? He's just throwing the ball quick. I mean, that's just about a 1 to 2 second is all Maddox O'Neill's holding the ball in his hand, and he's just releasing it. And I'll be honest, Eric, that's a good way to back that blitz off.
First down and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 44, trailing 35-21. Mattress Market, Lone Oak Road, our scoreboard update. Snap, O'Neill throws over the middle, caught by Matcham as he has it at the 48, out to the 50, and a gain of about 6 on the quick hitter, second and 4.
Eric, it was just what we've said, it's 3 in a row. Maddox O'Neill's thrown the ball under 2 seconds. This doesn't give Tilman any time at all to get in the backfield. So you got to give credit. You know, each one of these coaches went in and made halftime adjustments. Right now, I got to give a plus to Coach Brooks. He has done a good job offensively making adjustments to this offense.
And minus the throw off his back foot that he lobbed towards the end zone for O'Neill, he's had a wonderful game tonight and keeping the Mustangs in it with his arm. Second and 4. Snap. It is going to be Dawson Hayden as he tries to find a hole, cuts it out left, and not much there. Great job by the Tilman front to keep him to no gain. Dawson trying to stretch it, but just a great wall there by the Big Blue.
Yeah, Eric, he tried to stretch that out. For Dawson Hayden, he needs a little bit more room there, and he really, the opportunity there might have been to cut that upfield, pick up just that 1 or 2 yards, but Dawson trying to stretch it out, trying to make a little bigger play of it, and overall, Tilman just used their defensive secondary speed to close that down on Dawson, not allowing him to get outside.
Mayfield leads Graves County right now 26-0. That is at the end of the third quarter. Third down and 4. O'Neill gets a snap, rolls to his right, looking to his right, throws to his right, but well outside his intended target, and O'Neill is hurt. He is coming up with a cramp, and they are going to have to stretch him out and send on the punting unit in the process as they are stretching out his cramp. Thankfully, that is all that it was and nothing. He came up limping. That always makes your heart drop. And thankfully, he is okay. And so it will be them stretching out the cramp. And McCracken County will punt from the 50 in just a moment. A chance for Brock Wilson to pin him back deep.
This is, Eric, you know, we've seen 2 good punts out of Brock Wilson the last 2 times after that one had went off his side of his foot there early in the first half. And since then, he's been hitting some really nice spiral kicks. And so right now, if you could see him get a good punt off, and it'd be great to pin him down inside the 10. So, you know, right now, this is an opportunity to use Brock Wilson as a weapon and really pin them down deep and make them go a long field with this 2-score lead. So opportunity here. We've talked early in the game so far about this talent that Brock Wilson brings to the field, both kicking and punting. So here's an opportunity for Brock Wilson to turn the field for the Mustang defense.
Kai Blackwell listening in tonight. It's good to hear from you, Kai. is listening at home. Good to hear from a good buddy. 4th down and 4. For the Mustangs, as Brock Wilson will punt, Mustangs hanging tough, down 35-21. Is a high snap. Brock able to corral it, and a nice spiraling punt. And it will be caught by one of the Tilman coaches at the 20 and tried to return it, but officials are not going to let him. Looked like he had some speed, though. I think that might have been Coach Thompson. Looks like he's still got some speed in those legs. And that means we'll see where they spot it.
Looks like about the 18, I think, is where they're going to spot that, Eric. 18 or 19-yard line.
So within the 20. See if the Mustang defense can prevent another 3-score lead for Paducah Tilman. Tilman once led 28-7 before the Mustangs were able to cut that lead back to 7. Right now, the deficit is 14 for McCracken County, 35-21. But the Mustangs very encouraged with how they're playing tonight, win, lose, or draw. For this young club, in terms of experience in a lot of areas, is a handoff to the back and crowd at the line of scrimmage. Not much there for the Tilman back, maybe 1 yard.
Yeah, Eric, that was nice interior play there. It looked like maybe Rose, Goodman, Hoffman, all 3 of them in on that tackle there. That's what you want to see, that interior defensive line stopping that run.
As Crow, play action, throws to the right. Wide open man is Thompson at the sidelines. Looks like he's going to have it around the first down marker. Spot looks like may have him a touch short, which if so would make it 3rd and about a yard, if that. Yeah, it looks like a full yard. 3rd and 1 for Tilman on their own 28, 35-21. Mustangs trail. Snap. It is going to be a handoff to the back. He gets the first down, but met at the 30, and he'll be brought down right there. First down for Tilman at their own 31.
It's another good tackle by that interior line. It looked like that was Shackleford and Hoffman over there making that tackle. He ended up picking up that first down, about a 3, maybe 4-yard gain, but another good tackle by that front 4.
As it is going to be a play action, no handoff. Straight up the middle, big hole across the 40, 45, across the 50 to the 48. And a quick burst of speed by Mason Copeland, the senior running back, gets it into McCracken County territory to the 47. And now no huddle here for Stone Crow and the Blue Tornado. As McCracken jumps on that one, another nice hard count by Stone Crow. It's hard to not want to jump, especially in the no huddle, when you get such a nice job selling the hard count. You're looking to just pin your ears back and go. That's where just a little bit extra discipline in watching the football comes into play.
Yeah, Eric, and unfortunate for the Mustangs, that was 3 guys that jumped off sides there. And one of them including Elijah pulling right over top of the ball, and that was unfortunate.
Screenplay, it's Wade on the right side, has some blocks across the 30 and gets all the way to the 20. A great job by the speedster Cameron Wade, the transfer out of Tennessee, who was a transfer, one of several they've gotten in the last few years. He'll also potentially be playing in the SEC like 2 of their transfers they got last year, one at Kentucky, now one at Vanderbilt from last year's team. It'll be Wade again on the right side, inside the 20, inside the 15, dances his way to the 9, and it's just that kind of speed that you don't often see in this region.
No, he's quick, Eric. I mean, they're throwing that ball to him behind the line of scrimmage, and right there he picked up another first down. Caught that ball about the 19, easily ran it down to the 10-yard line. So he's definitely a fast player. He's going to be a hard guy to tackle this year for any of the opponents for Paducah Tilman.
As a senior, is heading off to the back, going off left side. He scrambles into the end zone for 6. Mason Copeland, excuse me. The one that is in for 6, another one of the seniors. So many talented seniors for Paducah Tilman. Just the experience factor very much in the favor of Paducah Tilman this year, and that's showing just a little bit here on that drive.
Yeah, Eric, it's 2 drives in a row. You got to give Tilman's offense credit. They've really executed well. If you go back to that 3 and out on their first series since then, Eric, they've really turned it up. and been able to just drive through the Mustang defense. A lot of that has been that high-speed offense that Tilman's executing and just executing it well and keeping the Mustangs back on their heels.
And the extra point is good. Game's not over, but the Mustangs have their work cut out. But overall, I want to talk for a minute. As you look at this Tilman roster, still a really talented senior class bunch from Tilman. Mustangs have played toe-for-toe with them tonight. A very quite young Mustang team. They've got their mix of upperclassmen and lowerclassmen, but I really like where the McCracken program is going, and especially with the underclassmen classes, this 8th grade class, you're about to see some of the best talent McCracken County football has had since its opening years.
Yeah, Eric, I look at it, this is the 3rd year I've been calling with you. The other times when we came out of this Tilman game, there was a lot of question marks of what this team was going to look like for the rest of the season. I don't feel that tonight at all. Tonight, win or lose, to me, we're going to walk out of Marquette Stadium and be confident that this team can win a lot of football games throughout the regular season. And to me, Eric, it's a different feel. It's a different sense. It's a different level of confidence that Coach Brooks has instilled in these young men than we've witnessed over the last 3 seasons. So I think I'm excited about McCracken County football. We came into this game thinking that this was going to be a much better football team overall than maybe the last 2 seasons. And right now, Eric, I've got to say this football team looks excellent. Coach Brooks and his staff have done a good job developing these guys. Like you've mentioned, this program's got a lot of young talent coming in behind it. So to me, this is a start of building this program in the direction that both Coach Smith and Coach Brooks has wanted to take it. Tonight, Eric, is just where you begin to see that hard work and the growth in this program pay off.
And so the Mustangs will get the football as it's a short kick, and the Mustangs will corral it around the 38, and they will have it first down and 10. So the Mustangs will have to get to work quickly.
Good thing is they got good field position. They're starting here at the 38-yard line, so they've got good field position. We saw Maddox O'Neill have some success so far here in the 3rd quarter, really just throwing those quick outs, holding on to the ball less than 2 seconds, hitting Dawson Hayden, hitting Matcham just right there at the line of scrimmage or just little screen plays, and they were successful in the first part of that drive last time. So I think right now, Eric, if I'm Coach Brooks, I'm going to continue to take that quick passing game, keep the Tilman blitz out of the backfield, giving Maddox O'Neill just that 1-2 seconds to find a quick out man there and get the ball moving downfield. It worked early. We'll see if it works again in this series.
First and 10 for the Mustangs on their own 38 as Dawson Hayden gets across the 40. And just, I'm sorry, it wasn't Dawson Hayden, excuse me. That was Landon Newman. Gets across the 40 out to about the 41. And that will be a gain of about 3, maybe 4 on the spot. 2nd and 6.
Eric, we talked pregame about the Mustangs establishing a good running game on 1st and 2nd. I think overall I've got to give this team credit. They have done a good job running the ball.
Agreed.
In the early downs, particularly Newman.
O'Neill gets a snap, hands it off to Newman, trying to find a hole off left side, and a great job by the Tilman front. Not allowing that to happen is the lead tackle made by, I think, Wyatt Geller, and that will be a loss of 1 or 2. As it'll be second, let's call it 3, 2nd and 9.
I think it's
third and 9. Good call.
3rd and 9.
3rd and 9 for McCracken County. O'Neill with Hayden to his left. Gets the snap, drops back, looks, throws to the right. Screen play as blockers in front. Across 45, fumbled, and it is going to be picked up by the Mustangs, which should be good enough for the first down. As a little bit of luck going the way of the Mustangs. A nice job on the wherewithal by Monty Rush to pick that up and get the first down for the Mustangs.
Yeah, Eric, that was a little pitch and catch.
That's right.
Matcham pitched it on downfield about 4 or 5 yards, and Monty did an excellent job coming over
Sure
there and
did.
coming up. So as the smallest lineman on this team, Monty Rush, he's the smallest offensive lineman on this team. He picks up the first down.
It's pretty impressive. First down and 10 for McCracken County near midfield. 1:26 3rd quarter, 42-21 Tilman. Snap is it's Newman. going off right tackle as he spins across the 50, 45, carries several Tilman defenders down to the 42. A wonderful job there by Landon Newman. And he may be pinning on the spot near the first down marker even. They're going to signal it as it's near 10 yards. They're eyeballing it. I think it's good enough for a first down.
I think it is, too. When you look across there, they got the marker on the 41, and the ball's setting on the 41.
It's going to be second and short. Do you go deep here if you're McCracken County? Actually, they're going to try to yeah, that's going to say it. It looked like it was an obvious first down. They do signal now first down. I didn't want to just flat out say they were wrong, but I was alluding to it. But
hey, the guys moving the 6 side,
right.
they've had their troubles. You mentioned
right.
It's first game of the year, and that's probably the third or fourth time they've not quite been sure where to set the sticks.
We all make our mistakes early on for sure. As Landon Newman, Dawson Hayden dances across the 40. He carries some blue tornado with him across the 35. And the Mustangs really moving the line of scrimmage on this one. 40 seconds left in the third. And I want to give credit both sides. Both sides showing sportsmanship on that series, helping each other up.
Eric, I got to agree with you. I saw that same thing right there. That's really the first sportsmanship we've seen in this game. Seen a lot of unsportsmanship, but first time. But it is good to see here between the two rival schools here.
That's right.
In Paducah and McCracken County.
20 seconds left here in the third, 2nd and 3. Maddox O'Neill to Dawson Hayden. Tries to juke, but unfortunately, a wall of blue is going to move him back a couple of yards to end the third quarter. As the Mustangs have some work to do, it's not over yet. We'll head to the final stanza after 3. Paducah Tilman leading McCracken County 42-21.
Thin crust, pepperoni.
Pizza Inn has been your hometown pizza place for over 50 years, and our values remain the same. Great food, great service, clean restaurant, and a whole lot of fun. We invite you to come and be our guest, or bring something home that the entire family can enjoy together. Pizza Inn, 1001 Joe Clifton Drive, Paducah. Come on in.
When it comes to opening a new bank account, I have very high opening requirements. Amazingly, F&B Bank's Your Start Bundle Checking Plus Savings pulls out all the stops. A 2.25% APY on your first $15,000, free nationwide ATMs, a great mobile app, and more. Hey, when you meet a bank that complies with your terms, it's not about small print. It's your big goals and dreams. Get your start at F&B. APY is annual percentage yield. Standard rate of 0.20% APY will apply to balances over $15,000. See bank for terms and conditions. F&B Bank, member FDIC.
Welcome back to the Bear broadcast booth. Start of the fourth quarter. Mustangs trail 42-21. Proud to put together a drive, though. 3rd and 7. For the Mustangs inside the 40 at the 39. It will be 4-down territory for McCracken County as they are telling everyone to cut off the music. And they do it. As the coach is looking up here, telling them to look out on the field. 3rd down and 7. As screenplay left side, it's nearly picked off, but goes to Matcham. Inside the 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown, Mustangs. My friend, that should have been picked, and it ends up in Matcham's breadbasket for 6.
That's a gift.
Yes, it is.
Eric, that's what you call right there. You know, sometimes you say you want it to go your way, and you get a gift. That was a gift. For the fans at home, that was an interception, as Eric said, right in the hands of a Tilman defender. He let it slide through just enough that Matcham picked it up off the back of his hands and took it about 40 yards, I'm going to assume, in there for a touchdown. So a gift for the Mustangs here to cut back into this 21-point lead with an opportunity with just 10 seconds off the clock in the fourth quarter to get it back to a 2-score game.
Snap is good, hold is good, kick is up, and it is good. And a great point made by Ivan Stevens. The sophomore outran, how many, Ivan? How many defenders did he outrun? He did. That's a great point. He outran the transfer that has a lot of high talented offers. Cameron Wade, he outran him to the end zone. That is speed. And the Mustangs with that now down just 14. Now if you're McCracken County, you're looking for stops, which against this offense not easy to do.
No, Eric, but we've got to go back to the beginning of that third quarter. We had a 3-and-out there against this offense in the very first series of the third quarter. So we have seen that the Mustangs were able to stop them here in the second half. Haven't been able to since, but we have seen it once. So, this defense needs to get on the field. I mean, Eric, look at it. If this defense could get a stop and the Mustangs make another drive, it gets us down to a one-score game, as was one time, 28-21. It puts the pressure back on Tilman. I mean, one of the things for Tilman is they're expecting to come in here and win big. And so if you could get this down to a 42-35 game somewhere in this fourth quarter, really the pressure is on Tilman. And for the Mustangs, it gives them a chance to kind of pull their hair back and let it go a little bit and try to do the very best to win this game. So, right now, the way I look at it, Eric, a defensive stop here is a big momentum swing in the favor of the Mustangs.
So the Mustangs right now down 14, 42-28, 11:50 left in this ball game. As the kick is a high end-over-end kick. It will be taken at the 19 and returned out to the 20. 25, trying to stretch to the sideline, makes one man miss, out towards the 30, cuts it inside, and will be brought down to around the 34-yard line. First down and 10 for Paducah Tilman on their own 34. So Paducah Tilman leading by 14. The Mustangs hanging tough, though. The younger Mustangs, a lot of talent coming up. The future and the present quite bright for McCracken County. A very senior-heavy ball club for Tilman. Leading by 14. Especially at the skill positions. Very senior-heavy. As a handoff to the back. Has a hole on the left side. Cuts it up across the 40. And across the 45. First down near midfield. It's another one of these talented seniors for Tilman. Mason Copeland, the senior running back. Gets it to the 49, first down.
Yeah, Eric, can you call that? Well, that was a huge hole. We had a good view of that.
Sure did. Mercy.
It was a big hole off that right tackle there for Copeland to run through.
As Copeland again gets across the 50, not much there this time. This is a huge Tilman offensive line. A lot of great talent on that offensive line, and they're making some holes tonight.
Yeah, they did, particularly there. These two guys on the right-hand side, both of them look, Eric, that they're upwards 280, 290 pounds, and they've done a good job opening up some holes for
Sure have. Quick throw to the flat, caught at the 50. Big hole on the left sideline. Nice job getting out to Chance McPike. And he was able to get it inside the 40 to about the 30.
Eric, that's another play Tilman's ran well all night long. They've just sent a guy out there in the flat, and they've really allowed the defense to move downfield and really leaves the guy open. He's got an easy 10 yards to run with it before any defender even gets close to him.
As McPike again able to make a couple of Mustangs miss up the left sideline, gets up across the 20 to about the 18. That's good enough for a first down. And again, just getting it out to the flat and letting their speed and athleticism trying to get some yards. It's working well this series. First down for Tilman. Stone Crow playing a very nice game for Paducah Tilman at quarterback. Gets the snap, and he's going to hand it off to the back. Big hole as across the 10, across the 5, and brought down at the 5. Another first down for Tilman. As that again, the senior Mason Copeland. 10:43 left in the game. Tilman trying to tack on a little bit more. 42-28. Tilman getting the play call in. Still trying to get it in. Still plenty of time. Play clock at now 17. Stone Crow gets the snap, hands it off to Copeland across the 5, trying to churn his feet. Stopped it around the 3. It'll be second and goal for Tilman around the 3.
Eric, one other thing I want to mention here, it's 42-28 right now. It's a 14-point game. But one thing is that I think another place that we can mark that this team has improved considerably over previous teams for the Mustangs, this is not a running clock game. I think the last 3 games, you correct me wrong if I'm wrong, Eric, they got running clock the last 3 games against Tilman. And, you lose a lot of experience in those running clock games. So for the Mustangs tonight, getting to play a full 4 quarters, I think, Eric, it's another part of Coach Brooks developing his team but they're playing a full four quarters, so you're probably going to get in 150, 160 plays versus when we've had running clocks, you're down in 80, 90 plays a game. So, a lot more opportunity for these young men to be on the field, grow in experience. There's a lot of young guys on the field, so you're getting a lot more snaps tonight, and that's good for the team as well.
Yes.
In the next 9 games, it pays off. Where, like I said before, it was running clock before halftime. You just lose a lot of game time for these guys to develop.
Really, really tickled with what Coach Brooks and his staff has been able to do tonight so far. Win, lose, or draw. This is going to be a fun season, and most definitely in the seasons to come for McCracken County football.
Eric, I hate to look towards next season when we're beginning this season. This game next year might have a different outcome.
You never know. It's a lot of great talent on this Mustang sideline. Never know who's going to be on the field. There's 10:22 left in the game. Stone Crow towards the right sideline for Thompson. Incomplete. Tough play there. It'll be 3rd and 3.
Eric, that was good defense.
It was.
I don't know who that was over in the corner. Might have been Matcham, but I got to give whoever that credit was. It was Matcham. That was excellent defense there for the Mustangs overall in the corner there. That's the type of defense we've been looking for all night long, and I'm not sure who that is. Ivan, you know who that is that did the defense for the Mustangs? It's number 2.
I couldn't see. It's
number 2 for the Mustangs there.
Martin Thomas, the junior, as McCracken County. I'm not certain the play on the field at the moment was. I gotcha. I'm sorry. It's tough to see from our vantage point. On the far right side, Tilman, a player down at the moment. It is Avery Thompson for Paducah Tilman. As they are tending to him, the McCracken County training staff on the far right side. He is getting up, which is great to see. And he is able to walk on his own power. A little bit of a limp, but he is saying he's okay. That's what you like to see, the young man walking on his own power. Back to his sideline, Avery Thompson, just another talented player on this Tilman squad. Coach Thompson's son. And phenomenal player, plays basketball as well.
I was going to say, Eric, he's a good basketball player
sure
for Tilman. He's a threat on the court when we've played against Tilman in basketball.
No doubt. 3rd and goal for Tilman on the McCracken 3. Snap. It is going to be a handoff towards the left side, and it is going to be a 2-yard run maybe to the 2. Possibly the 1 for Mason Copeland, the senior running back. It'll be 4th and goal for Tilman. Nope, I'm sorry. They did get the first down mark. It'll be 1st and goal for Tilman from the 1, maybe the 2. It is from the 2. Oh, it is 4th down. Okay, I was confused. Bubba Henley gave the first down signal, which threw me off. I don't want to say I was wrong or he was wrong, but I just was not sure myself. Well, the officials are talking, and it is 4th down. That's what I was thinking. I was starting to think I made the mistake, which wouldn't be the first time tonight. Won't be the last in the last 9:45, I'm sure. So 4th down here. Stone Crow going under center. It's a quarterback keeper, and there's a flag on the play. This may be coming back.
I think he had a man in motion there in the backfield.
It was a false start against Paducah Tilman. So it'll be 4th and about 7. As 4th and goal from the 7 for Tilman. And I assume the Blue Tornado will go for it here. Chance for the Mustangs to get a stop. And so they move it back. Not certain they were going to for a little bit. Yeah, they did.
He thought they were just going to get a redo.
I was
there.
a little nervous for a moment, but they got it. And 4th and goal from the 7. Stone Crow with Copeland behind him. gets the snap, dropping back, looking for the middle. It's incomplete. Great job by the Mustangs. They hold the Blue Tornado. They bend but don't break. And with 9:15 left in the fourth, the Mustangs will get the football down by 14. Don't go anywhere.
Nope, Eric, you got a lot of field to play with here. The ball's going to be on the 7-yard line, so to score a touchdown, you have to drive 93 yards here. So for the Mustangs, here's an opportunity, Eric. You got to ask the question. They've not really thrown down the field a lot tonight. Matcham showed a lot of speed. Ivan mentioned he outran Wade there a few plays ago where he scored that touchdown. So, boy, if the offensive line could hold Tilman out of there and give O'Neal a little opportunity to get his feet set under him and really throw a long ball down, it'd be neat to see the Mustangs put a score up on the board.
A big penalty for the Blue Tornado. Moved them back and then kept them from scoring. Maddox O'Neal in the shadow of his own end zone. Drops back, looking to air it out towards the left sideline into double coverage. It's picked off. He threw that into double coverage, and Tilman is the only one that had a chance to pick it off. And Wade will bring it back inside the 10, and a costly interception puts this one near the books. And just cannot throw into double coverage, especially when the star transfer Cameron Wade is right there. That was just a brutal mistake for the Mustangs.
Yeah, it was, Eric. There was a lot of defensive coverage out there. I don't know who the wide receiver was there for the Mustangs at that point in time, but it wasn't Matcham or Lanier. It wasn't either one of them, so you didn't have a lot of speed out there, and so you got in that situation. There was number 23. Is that Max Sturm? Max Sturm there, and so you didn't have one of your fastest players out there throwing that long ball, and so that might have been a little bit of it. But Eric, I got to agree, they had double coverage on Max Sturm out there, and for Maddox, it just wasn't a wise throw. Not many mistakes out of Maddox tonight. I got to give him credit, but that was one that's a little costly. Mustangs had an opportunity to trim it down to one score, and instead they're back down to 3.
Yeah, that one was absolute gut punch for the Mustangs on a double coverage throw that the best player on the field was able to get it, and Wade, and credit to him. You saw what that SEC speed is like on that one.
Yeah, he caught that about the 45-yard line or so, and he was able to run that all the way back in. He ran back through 11 Mustangs to get that in the end zone. Once he's in the open field, Eric, he's just elusive. I think that would be the term that I would use that I've witnessed so far tonight out of him. Like we said, Matcham actually outran him that one time on the field. We know Matcham's fast, but he's just got an elusiveness about him that makes him hard to tackle.
And so, as O'Neal is down in the end zone, working with the training staff, looks like they're trying to stretch out the legs a little bit. And he is up and trying to hop off. So Tilman will attempt the extra point with 8:59 left in the fourth quarter. As the extra point is up, and it is good. With 8:59 left in this game, Tilman jumps out to a 21-point lead, and we never like to say it's over. We've seen crazy things happen, but that turnover, that interception, it hurt.
It does, Eric. Turnovers always hurt, but there's times in the game where a key turnover can really make the difference in the game. And there, like we said, we were down 14, had an opportunity to cut it to a one-score lead. A little better than 9 minutes were left on the clock at the time that happened, and instead you get off that first play, and Tilman turns that around from a possibility of a one-score lead, turns it into a three-score lead in just a matter of 15 or 20 seconds. So unfortunate for the Mustangs. Still a lot of time left here in the fourth quarter, but you're going to have to get on the field. You're going to have to score quickly and play good defense, and so it'll be interesting to see what Coach Brooks does here after this kickoff to see, does he put Maddox O'Neal back in the game with a 21-point deficit? Does he put him back in the game, or does he put in Presswood and let Maddox just kind of rest it out for the evening with an opportunity here to get ready for next week? So this is a tough call for Coach Brooks. You know, you're down 21 points. You've got 9 minutes left in the game. Do you put your starting quarterback back on the field, have an opportunity maybe for him to get banged up a little bit more before next week, or do you go ahead and put Presswood in the game here and not take any chances? Tough call for Coach Brooks.
Good to hear from McCracken County retired Superintendent Mr. Steve Carter listening in tonight. As Lubis and Cash listening in, as they're affectionately known, saying go Mustangs. Good to hear from you all on the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline. 270-557-8223. 270-557-8223. Tilman to kickoff with 8:59 left in this one. It is a sidewinding kick, and McCracken will return it from the 3. Out to the 10, 15, and Dawson Hayden hit hard around the 15. That's where the Mustangs will take over, first down and 10. Now, the Mustangs are going to send in Cole Presswood, the 5'9 freshman. Hear nothing but great things about this young man. He is, they are quite excited for what he brings to the table and the future for this young man. It's a tall task going up against the defending state champs, though, as a freshman, and this huge defensive line that he's going to be facing. But, again, Presswood just rave about him to the coaches. They could not be any more excited about this quarterback. They have been itching to get him some time in there as Presswood drops back, rolls to the right, throws to the right, and it is going to be caught by Matcham across the 10 and knocked out of bounds around the 11. And, in fact, I forgot, it was a scrimmage last week that he came in after O'Neill had to come out for a moment, and Coach Brooks was impressed. His first play decided to go with was a go route and threw a beautiful ball, did Presswood. And that showed Coach Brooks he's not scared of any moment to go out as a freshman in varsity football. And like I said, they have been excited for this young man and the group that's around him at the younger grades. Second down for the Mustangs as Dawson Hayden in the backfield with Presswood. 3 wideouts to the right. It's going to be a handoff to Hayden as he's trying to cut it outside. He may be able to do it across the 15, trying to cut it up and fumbles it, but it's going to be recovered by the Mustangs at the 20. Dawson Hayden took a lick. A good clean hit, but Mustangs were able to pounce right back on it. As picking it up, I believe, was Nolan Winstead. That'll make it third down for the Mustangs around the 21 of 3rd and 4.
Eric, one thing I want to go back to the comments you were making on Presswood. This is the first season. I've been with you 8 seasons. This is the first season that McCracken County's had a legitimate second-string quarterback, a legitimate backup quarterback. I think that's another thing for Coach Brooks that's got to give him some confidence, is he's got a second quarterback here on the team that has a good reputation, is a good athlete. That's a nice thing to see as well. McCracken County's not had that in the years that I've been with you.
As Presswood rolling to his left, and this defensive line gets in the backfield and gets to him. It's going to be a drop into the backfield. Give credit to Tilman. They have a very senior-heavy offensive and defensive line that are quite big, and I believe will cause some havoc in Class 4A this year.
Yeah, they will. I mean, Eric, you look down there, number 99 there at the playing nose guard for Tilman. He's every bit of 300, maybe 310 pounds. You got 2 other guys around him, probably in the high 200s. So you just look at the defensive front, the 3 guys, 3 down linemen for Tilman, all probably north of 275, 280 pounds. So for a 4A school, that's a lot of strength across the middle of the field.
As Wilson's punt, an end-over-end punt, as it bounces at the 45, trickles out across the 50, and will go out of bounds, or no, stay in bounds, but go down at the 46. I want to give a happy birthday to McCracken County running back Landon Newman. Did not realize this is his birthday today, 18th birthday for Landon, and one of the many reasons why the Mustangs excited about this year.
Yeah, Eric, Landon Newman's been a great athlete on this team. I mean, he's done a great job. You know, that one year, certainly he got hurt early in the season, broke his leg, and set out a season. But since then, he's been healthy. He's played good football. You know, one of the things I've got to give him a shout-out tonight, when he has ran the football for the Mustangs, he's done an excellent job of running the ball really hard and picking up those extra yards that's helped the Mustangs in the running game tonight.
First down for Tilman, as Stone Crow rolls to his left, hit hard, and he throws it out of bounds, incomplete. A wonderful open field tackle for McCracken County by Charlie Higdon. Stone Crow gets right back up. He's okay. What a great hit.
He's okay, Eric, but he's slow. I can tell you one thing. He knows he got hit by Charlie Higdon. It's the second guy this evening that Charlie Higdon has put a hit on. And you got to say one thing, Eric. When Charlie put that hit on Stone Crow, you heard the gasp over there on the Tilman sidelines. That isn't what they want to see here at the end of this football game.
2nd and 10. Tilman dropping back. Stone Crow in the pocket, throws over the middle. It's caught across the 50, across the 40, and inside the 30. Cuts it up left side, now in towards the 20. And a really nice job on the play by Chance McPike for Tilman to get it to the 20.
Eric, it's been the theme here in the fourth quarter, really throwing just kind of a short route ball, and the Tilman athletes have been able to really move that ball downfield, and that was just another example of what we've witnessed throughout really the second quarter and then again here in the fourth quarter.
And credit to Stone Crow, who took a shot, a clean shot, the play prior, and was able to get up and fire a dart over the middle, and to display that toughness by Stone Crow. And so it'll be first down for Tilman at the McCracken 20, 49-28. Tilman on top. Snap, it is going to be Wilson across the 20. Dances his way out to the 16, maybe the 15, 2nd and 5. Wilson on the carry. Good to hear from Caleb Stonecipher as well on the Seaplant Federal Credit Union text hotline. Good to hear from you. Six minutes and counting. Stone Crow standing on his 20 with Wilson now moving to his left. Gets the snap. He drops back. Pressure coming. Throws to the left. Caught by McPike. And he's going to make several man miss and get towards the end zone for the Paducah Tilman touchdown. A nice job by Crow to take the hit, McPike to take the catch, and scamper for 6.
Yeah, Eric, that looked easy. We've said here in the fourth quarter, this offense from Tilman has really just clicked down the field, and that was another nice throw. You got to give Stone Crow credit. He hit him right in stride coming down the line of scrimmage there. And unfortunate for the Mustangs, no one touched him there. He really made a couple quick moves and was able to scamper into the end zone. So for the Mustangs, I think this defense, Eric, a little tired here in the latter part of this fourth quarter.
As it will be. Extra point up and good with 5:43 left in the game. Tilman on top, 56-28, and the sails really went out of the Mustangs on the pick 6, but the score, not necessarily indicative of what this game has been tonight.
No, Eric, I think when we wrap it up here after the game, we've got to talk about how well this McCracken County team has played football throughout this game. Like you said, I think they're a little tired here at the end of the game and allowed it to get out to 4 scores. But for a majority of this game, there's times they've been down one. There's been the time they've been tied in the first quarter, been down 1 score, 2 score, and 3 scores. The only time here tonight that Tilman's been able to get out to a 4-score lead. And so I got to give the Mustangs credit. I like a lot of the decision making. We talked about the maturity of Maddox O'Neal. I think he's made a lot of good decisions tonight. Unfortunately, threw an interception there a few moments ago. But besides that, he's made a lot of good decisions. I like what I see. I think the combination of the running backs and Newman and Hayden, they've done a good job. Matcham has been the primary wide receiver tonight. I think that's one of the things is that, overall for the season, they're going to have to get some other guys involved in the passing game. Lanier, Winstead, these guys have got to get involved. So I think one of the things is we'll see how that develops in the weeks to come. But Matcham certainly has shown a lot of talent tonight on the field. And I think at times, Eric, this defense has played good football. I mean, they're playing against a top-ranked team in Tilman. And overall, I like the defense. Secondary still needs some growth, but overall, the front 6, I think, have played really well in this game.
Good to hear from Coach Andy Ford listening tonight and supporting his Mustangs. The kick's going to be returned by Matcham at the 10, out to the 15, 20. And scampers across the 25, where it'll be brought down. First down and 10. is McCracken County.
I think Eric Prestwood's going back in.
That is what it looks like. He may have the call for the rest of the night with game out of reach now. And O'Neill pretty banged up. No reason to really risk any further injury for that. Give the young man a chance here in the final 5.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's a good decision by Coach Brooks. I wouldn't risk Maddox at this stage of the game when you got 9 games in front of you in the playoffs. And so I think it's a good decision. The other thing is you are getting Prestwood good varsity reps against a quality team in Tilman. That'll pay off as well.
As it is going to be a handoff to Dawson Hayden. Makes one man miss. Across the 25 to the 26. Gain of 1. It'll be 2nd and 9 for the Mustangs as the clock ticks under 5:20. Left in regulation. Fun night tonight. As McCracken County trying to put together one final drive before this one ends tonight. As handoff to Dawson Hayden. He will dance across the 25, get to about the 28, maybe the 29. It'll make it 3rd and about 6. It is close to my bedtime.
Eric, it's a sign you're getting older.
That is unfortunately true.
Have you hit the 40 mark?
It happens next week.
Next week, Eric's going to be 40 years old.
I don't like how you're saying that.
Well, we're going to make light of it. I can promise you we'll make light of the fact that you're going to be the big 4-0 next week.
I probably deserve that after some of the things I've said to you on air over the years.
You have. You've given me a hard time.
As the throw towards the left side is incomplete. That'll make it 4th down now for the Mustangs, and 6 with 4 minutes left. And the Mustangs will punt. I feel like Brock Wilson's done a fine job tonight. Just cannot say enough for Junior. Just how talented his, like especially that onside kick he maneuvered in that first quarter. Just perfectly drug it past 10 yards, was able to get the onside recovery. Can't say enough of how impressive that was.
Yeah, he's impressive, Eric. Tonight, one thing I think he's been challenged a little bit in his punting. Like we said, Newman's filling in for Gregory, so the snaps haven't been just as good as Gregory's. He's been able to get the job down, but I think when you get Gregory back in there, you're going to see Brock Wilson put some real distance on some of his punts.
Like this one, a nice end-over-end kick, bounces at the 40, and continues across the 30. Inside the 25 to the 24. I feel like a Mustang kicked it a little bit to add distance to it.
So I got to give Ivan, was that about a 56-yard punt? What do you got on the distance on that?
So he's doing the math on the fly. Regardless, we take it for granted just how far these kicks are going for Wilson when you rarely see high school football players.
47.
47, as you rarely see high school football players consistently punt it this far. And again, like we said, his field goal accuracy is solid from 50. The Mustangs say they have no problem sending him out for a 50-yard field goal. As Tilman going to keep their starters in for at least one more series as it gets across the 30 to the 35. This is a little bit of a dangerous decision here by Coach Thompson. You have 3:45 left, game well without a reach. Last thing you need is any sort of injury in these last 3:45.
Yeah, particularly if you go back that last series, Charlie Higgin buried Stone Crow in the backfield. I mean, with a talent like Stone Crow, do you take a chance right now on a guy like Charlie Higgin getting a hold of him? I just don't know if that's a risk you want to take.
I really agree. As throw to the flat caught, first down for Tilman. So 3.5 minutes left. As I want to give a shout out to Ashley Lampy listening in Virginia. Good to hear from you. And she also gives kudos to the Mustangs for hanging in there tonight. Oh, and let me see that real quick. Is a handoff towards the left. Looking, is this on KFVS? What's this? report here from the news tonight. One injured in a shooting at the Mayfield High School football game tonight. That is being reported on Local 6. And so our immediate thoughts and prayers to the folks in Mayfield at the Battle of the Birds tonight, as apparently gunshots rang out at the conclusion of that one tonight. Goodness. That makes your heart sink in a hurry. And our prayers for that one that is being reported injured by Local 6 in Mayfield tonight. Hopefully that is a minimal injury and will recover soon. No details on that. Again, just getting the report from Local 6 at this very moment. But shots rang out at the end of the Mayfield County, Graves County football game tonight. And one is being reported injured by WPSD Local 6. And immediately my heart drops and goes into earnest prayer for that individual, and hopefully nobody else involved in that. But that's when the game becomes second, and it's unfortunate.
It is. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate how often it happens today in America, and you hate to see it in a good community like Mayfield. I mean, it's a very similar community to Paducah. You got a good family community down there in Mayfield and Graves County. You hate to see that type of violence anywhere in America, but including in those type of rural communities. So it's unfortunate, like you said, Eric. Hope and pray the person is fine, and hope and pray the situation isn't any worse than has initially been reported.
Again, that report we are seeing from WPSD Local 6. Brian York, the voice of the Graves County Eagles, also reporting shots fired at the Battle of Birds. First and 10 for Tilman. I've lost track of this game for the obvious of trying to get to the bottom of that. Tilman has it inside the 40. Inside the 30. Really, I'm now struggling to keep my mindset on this game in the final 2:15.
Well, Eric, I'll report it to that. That was a run by Stone Crow. That was a planned keeper there by Stone Crow. He ended up picking up 12 yards. He picked up the first down. But, again, back to what you said just a few moments ago, Eric, would you allow Stone Crow to run the ball
Good point.
with 2 minutes to go with a 4-touchdown lead? I just think that's risky.
John Champion reporting. Is Tilman going to break it out on the right side for a touchdown? John Champion, former WPST weather meteorologist and Mayfield radio partner, did say that the game was called with 5:48 remaining in the fourth quarter. Gunshots fired at the bottom entrance to the stadium. And so it is confirmed. One person has been injured Friday night at Mayfield High School football. Sheriff John Hayden has confirmed. So, I just am speechless.
It is, Eric. It's a shame that those type of things have to happen. And the other thing is just like you said, now you shorten the game by what you say, 5 minutes and something. They shorten the game. So you got young kids who, like the McCracken County Mustangs, they're getting to play a full football game. That experience is good. You take two quality football programs in Mayfield and Graves County. Tonight, those young men didn't get a full chance to play.
And you just hope all of them are okay.
Yeah, and you certainly hope they're okay on the field, and certainly the person who is injured. And you just hate to see those type of things happen, and there's just no place for it today, not only here at high school football, but anywhere in the world, quite frankly.
It is confirmed one person one person injured. Sheriff John Hayden has confirmed, and situation unfolding. So that is in Mayfield tonight. Minute 53 left in this one. Tilman up a lot, 63-28. Again, that score not indicative of the game in which was played tonight. It is a running clock now with a minute 53 left. And Tilman will kick. Let me check this out. Details being gathered at this time. Won't mention years of age, but juveniles involved. The victim is at the hospital. No suspect yet, but believed to fled the scene and is at large. So Tilman kicks, and it goes inside the 30, and McCracken will field it inside the 20. It's took my mode to really even call the rest of this game. That just puts everything quickly into perspective, and just your heart sinks into your stomach.
It does, Eric. And, you know, unfortunately, those are two teams that we get to play against this year, and you hate to see that type of tragedy down there in Graves County, down there in Mayfield. Certainly a town that's had some other tragic events with the tornado going through.
Sure.
But you hate to see that type of violence, particularly, like you said, around kids that are underage. I mean, these kids are underage, and you just hate to see them exposed to that type of violence. You don't want to see anybody exposed to it at any age, but you certainly hate to see it among these kids that are young, in high school, really having the time of their life. And unfortunately, they have to witness something like that.
Oh. Minute left. Mustangs have the football on their own 17 as Dalton Hayden will have it across the 20. And will be out of bounds around the 22. So the good news is it seems like no more is going on at that scene in terms of ongoing sort of violence. But your heart breaks as 30 seconds left here. We will have the final stats for you and our final thoughts on this one. It'll be an abbreviated post-game show as the final play from scrimmage coming up. Presswood gets it, hands it off to Hayden. He gets it by one and will be dropped right there. 10 seconds left. The game is final, though the score not necessarily indicative of what it looked like. The Mustangs played their heart out, had a chance to cut it to a one-score game in the fourth, but a pick six unfortunately opened the floodgates for Paducah Tilman. And a great job getting the win tonight by the Big Blue. Great effort tonight by the Mustangs. McCracken fans, this is going to be a fun football year, not only this year, but in the years to come. A lot of talent on this year's club, a lot of talent coming up. If you're a Mustang fan, Jimmy Guerin, I think you have to feel pretty enthused by what we saw in a lot of pieces tonight.
Yeah, Eric, I'll be honest, this is the best I've felt in a number of years at the start of the season, how well this team has played. You know, you could say, hey, there's growth opportunities on this team, but we knew that coming into tonight. But there was a lot of points during this game. First quarter, tying it up 7-7 after a quick drive by Tilman. You want to see that type of response. McCracken County got that kind of response. Cut it down that one time to 28-21. They got some stops on defense, some turnovers, and 2 interceptions. And so when you look at it, Eric, these guys played good. I think the front six on the defense played as well as we expected and talked about in the pregame. I think they played well. I think Maddox O'Neill played well. I'm going to give Maddox a lot of credit, with the exception of that one throw there that ended up being a touchdown on the interception. Other than that, I like the decision-making Maddox made tonight. There were times he ran the ball when he should have ran it. There was times he threw the ball away when he should have thrown it away. I think Maddox made a lot of good decisions, and you could see that growth now in his third year. So you like that. I think Hayden and Newman did a good job in the backfield. But Matcham, you got to say, Matcham's had an excellent game. I think one of the things is when you look at a versatile player, you got to give it to Matcham. He's returning kickoffs. He's returning punts. He's out here catching a lot of passes. He outran the fastest player on Tilman's team in Wade. So, you know, Matcham's only a sophomore, Eric, so we're going to get to see him play for 2 more seasons. So when you look at it, Eric, there's a lot of promise. I think this is a team that can win a lot of football games this year, 7, maybe 8 football games overall in the regular season. So we're excited to see it. And I think they've got off to a great start tonight. I'm like you, Eric. I'm not going to look at the scoreboard and say, hey, this was a 5-score loss. No, I really think this was a 2-score loss. When I go back and you look at it, Eric, this was a 2-score loss for the Mustangs. They kept this game within 2 scores for the biggest majority of the game until that pick 6. So overall, Eric, I got to feel good about it. I think Coach Brooks and his staff should feel good about it. I'm sure he's